Democrats, South Africans. From across all 9 provinces and around the world, thousands of DA members are coming together in the largest virtual Congress South Africa has ever seen. United by our values of freedom, fairness, opportunity, and diversity. This weekend, we will unpack our vision to bring real change to South Africa and elect our leadership who will lead the DA into the future and bring real hope to millions of South Africans. We are committed to moving our nation forward, stopping corruption, creating jobs, and building safer communities. A better future is possible now. Welcome to the Democratic Alliance Federal Congress 2020.
I am a mother. I am a father. I'm a daughter. I am a son. I am a brother. I am a sister. I am a neighbor. I believe in freedom. Freedom to earn a living. Go where I want. Love who I want. Say what I believe. And pursue my dreams. I am brave. I am a provider. I am whatever it takes. I believe in fairness. A fairness where our achievements are determined by our choices and hard work, not by the circumstances of our birth. I am a leader. I am hopeful. I'm going to beat this. I believe in opportunity. A nation where opportunity is plentiful, where the strong protect the weak, and everyone's rights are protected. I am a helping hand. I am challenging. I am different. I believe in diversity. Every person has a unique perspective and an important role to play in building our nation. We do not judge each other by how we look, but by who we are. We are community. We are South Africans working together for real hope, real change now. We are the Democratic Alliance.
Democrats, South Africans, good day and welcome to the Democratic Alliance's 2020 Federal Congress. We're coming to you live virtually from across the country. I am your host, Karabo Lerato Khagau, ke toadi ya mo Afrika ngwanana Mosotho yana ka sebele. Mokubung wa matsatsa mathibedi, kubukubung tsamarota re bone, bana beso dumela.
En ek is Richard Newton, 'n hartlike verwelkoming aan almal. This is the first ever virtual Federal Congress. And we have DA members and over 2,000 delegates joining us from across the country, from their homes and in specially designated areas. from Richards Bay across to Swellendam, from Mosina down to Drakenstein, and pretty much everywhere in between. Dumela me, wena okay?
Ke a phela, ntate, wena o phela jwang?
Dit gaan baie goed met my, dankie, and I'm thrilled to be here.
100, I'm also very excited. It is indeed a momentous occasion. It's a blue high across the country. But before we go anywhere, Richard, please tell South Africa, what is a DA Congress? Why does it matter?
Well, the Federal Congress is the highest decision-making body of the party, and this weekend essentially focusing on three serious major topics. One will be the election of the leadership, the other will be the constitutional amendments, and of course, policy resolutions.
Yeah, so we're going to be here throughout the whole weekend. You can catch us on any social media street, catch us on YouTube, on Instagram, on Twitter, and on Facebook. The hashtag is simple, hashtag DA Congress. Let's paint those timelines blue.
And all those people following us, Karabu, why should they care? Why should they look at this and say, this is something for me this weekend?
They definitely need to care, because if you care about your future, if you care about a better life in society, if you care about the future of your children, if you care about sustainable development, this is exactly where you should be. The conversation is simple, real hope, real change, now, throughout the weekend. Catch us still.
And we'll be here to help you navigate through the weekend. But starting us off now, we cross to the stage where Dr. Ivan Meyer will conduct the official opening.
Good day, colleagues, delegates, and all South Africans. Just over a year ago, we took a decision that we want to become a modern political party with a vision to become the majority in a new government in South Africa. Modern political parties must embrace innovation, technology, and yet stay relevant to voters. Today, I can proudly testify that the Democratic Alliance is the only political party that made a quantum leap into the new digital age of politics and yet stay relevant. Democrats, this party will not let COVID-19 overwhelm our mission. We are resilient, and we have adapted our functioning to move forward during this pandemic, to both withstand the health and economic crisis our country is facing. The Federal Council has mandated us to hold the Federal Congress, taking into account health and safety protocols to ensure your good health and to meet the requirements of the Democratic Alliance Federal Constitution. As a political party, we have set three objectives. Firstly, to recalibrate the party around the values and principles of the DA. Secondly, to refocus the party as the only viable political vehicle in South Africa that can effect change through alternative and evidence-based public policy choices. Thirdly, reconnecting with our current and future voters. Despite COVID-19, we have been able to connect with our voters using multiple communication channels. Our offer and our promise to the people of South Africa at this Federal Congress 2020 is real hope, real change, now. Real hope is a reflection on our extensive track record of fighting for what matters, for the rule of law, for fairness in South Africa, for open opportunities for all, and our commitment to keep up this fight every day while delivering the best governance in South Africa where we govern. Real change is our commitment to always do everything we can to deliver on our promises, to make urgent progress where we govern, and to turn around every town, city, and province where voters elect us. And as we build new majority to govern South Africa, it is our promise to rescue our country from the clutches of corruption. The word now represents the enormous urgency of our mission and our work. South Africa's struggle under the current failed governance. There is no time more important than right now to reassert the role of the Democratic Alliance in fighting for a better South Africa. We see the word now as a binding contract with the people of South Africa. There is no time to waste, and the DA is hard at work right now and every day. There are times in the history of nations where we need men and women to stand up and say no more. We want to restore hope, and we want real hope. We want real change, and South Africa needs it now, right now. Against this background, the Democratic Alliance is meeting over the next 2 days as South Africa needs a new beginning. We are meeting on the Zoom webinar platform and in hybrid venues across South Africa, in every city, town, village, on farms, townships, and in rural areas. Democrats, we have connected and we are united around a common purpose, real hope, real change now. Whether you are watching on a project screen, a television screen, a computer monitor, a laptop, a tablet, or a cell phone, you will have the same democratic rights at this Congress. I'm here to uphold the federal Constitution, and together with your presiding officers, we will ensure free and fair elections with integrity. We will encourage robust, constructive, engaging, and democratic debate. South Africans want and deserve a new government in South Africa that will uphold the rule of law, respect individual rights, constitutional democracy, private property rights, accountability, and protecting its citizens. Today, we have members and activists of the party joining us from all 9 provinces. I want to take this moment to welcome each of you to this historic event. Delegates of the Eastern Cape, led by your provincial leader, Ngaba Banga, and your provincial chairperson, Andrew Whitfield, I would like to congratulate you for being the first province to host a virtual provincial congress in South Africa successfully. You set the standard for all of us. Delegates of the Free State, led by your provincial leader, Patricia Kopane, and your provincial chairperson, Annelie Lottrid, you have not let up in holding corrupt government to account in seeking justice for the people of your province, including the victims of the Vrede Dairy project. Delegates of Gauteng, led by your provincial leader, Solim Simanga, your provincial chairperson, Mike Moriarty. This province will be the major battleground for the local government election in 2021, as it is the host of the executive seat of power in South Africa. This province is geared to win major metros in next year's local government election. Delegates of KwaZulu-Natal, led by your provincial leader, Zwakikwele Mngango, and your provincial chairperson, Francois Rogers. As the home of one of our crucial metros in South Africa, your relentless fight to turn service delivery around in eThekwini gives us hope that South Africans can indeed look forward to a better tomorrow. Delegates of Limpopo, led by your provincial leader, Jacques Smalla, and your provincial chairperson, Jeff Sibumbo, you have been successful in helping to uncover one of the biggest scandals in the democratic history of South Africa involving the VBS Bank. I know you keep fighting for justice every day. Delegates of Mpumalanga, led by your provincial leader, Jane Sitole, and your provincial chairperson, Bosman Grobler, your relentless campaigns to rid local government of corrupt mayors and officials set the gold standard for us, all in ensuring South Africa get the service delivery they deserve. Delegates of Northwest, led by your provincial leader, Joe Maglua, and your provincial chairperson, Karin Visser, you have consistently held the feet of Premier Job Mogoro to the fire on issues of corruption and accountability. And we know you will not stop fighting until you realize a safer province for your rural communities. Delegates of the Northern Cape, led by your provincial leader, Andrew Lowe, and your provincial chairperson, Harold Maglua, from a province plagued by drought, we stand with you in your ongoing fight to get communities the relief they need during this difficult time. Keep on fighting. Delegates of the Western Cape, led by your provincial leader, Bongi Nkosi Madikizela, and your provincial chairperson, Anton Bredel. Your track record of good governance is unparalleled and indeed recognized across the world. Your recent management of the COVID-19 crisis, ably led by Premier Alan Winde and Health MEC Dr. Noma Frans-Mbombo, speaks volume of the DA's capacity and readiness to govern South Africa. I want to pause at this time to reflect on a particular scourge that is afflicting our rural communities across South Africa. These communities are the unsung heroes, feeding us on a daily basis and nurturing our nation. But our farmers, our farm workers, and agri-producers are daily under attack in South Africa. This compromises our food security and human dignity in South Africa. It must stop, and it must stop now. In honor of all our farmers and farm workers in South Africa, let us observe a moment of silence for those who have fallen. Wherever you are, please rise in support of our farmers and farm workers, and indeed every South African who is a victim of crime in our nation. Let us stand united to say enough is enough. I thank you. Real hope, real change, now is not a slogan. It is a commitment, a social contract with South Africans. Delegates, thank you for joining the journey of real hope, real change, now. I thank you.
On the 5th of March 2020, South Africa's first COVID-19 case was confirmed. A few days later, the World Health Organization declared the coronavirus outbreak a pandemic. The Western Cape government had been planning and putting measures in place before the first case was diagnosed and stepped up to the challenge of defeating the coronavirus and saving livelihoods. The DA-led government rolled out intense community screening, education and testing, prioritizing vulnerable patients who are most at risk from the virus. All regional and district hospitals were set up to admit COVID-19 patients, and all provincial healthcare facilities could test and diagnose. Special facilities were set up to increase hospital capacity for the expected peak. For example, the CTICC Convention Centre was transformed into the largest field hospital in Africa in just 6 weeks and helped more than 1,500 patients while it was open. The Red Dot Taxi Initiative was created to take care of the hard-working healthcare workers, transporting nurses to and from work safely and on time, carrying over 70,000 passengers to date. In partnership with Uber, 700,000 parcels of chronic medication have been delivered to patients' homes. 53 million rand was allocated towards helping vulnerable residents have a decent meal during the hard lockdown. This included distributing food parcels and cooked meals and running a special school feeding program while learners were at home. Initiatives such as the Western Cape COVID-19 Business Relief Fund committed 27 million rand to supporting small businesses in both the formal and informal sectors, which have been hard hit by COVID-19 restrictions. While other provinces were plagued by wide-scale corruption, the Western Cape provincial government shared all the details of their COVID-19 protective work gear procurement with the public. Where we govern, we will continue to put residents first, working hard to save lives and livelihoods.
Greetings, fellow Democrats. The theme of this Congress is real hope and real change. And I want to tell you a story about real hope and real change in the Western Cape and in the government that we run. And I go back to the 11th of March this year when we had our first live case of COVID-19. I remember traveling to the Tygerberg Hospital to show the media our readiness for COVID-19. We'd already established our wards and our quarantine facilities in that specific hospital. And on the way there, I got the news that our first positive case was identified. That was really the moment that said to me, we are in this thing. But moving sort of earlier on, 2 weeks, we'd already started with our disaster management teams. We'd already started with establishing our new management models of Sundays, where we would do strategy. Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, we would meet as a cabinet, but not just as a cabinet, as a full extended cabinet, including our municipalities, the City of Cape Town and our district municipalities, the mayors and the municipal managers, and all of our heads of departments. Included was South African Police Services, so that we could actually get a grip on the full management of COVID-19. I also think about those early days when saying to this team, what I didn't want to do was run out of beds, because we'd seen what was happening in the Northern Hemisphere and we could learn from other parts of the world. We saw that people were in parking lots and in passageways in hospitals, and I didn't want that to happen. We also saw in parts of the world that coffins were piling up. So you had the spectrum of people waiting for care and people dying, and everything in between. And we had to make sure that we had a response for the full spectrum for COVID-19 in our province. And we set about doing that. And here we are, still busy with managing COVID-19, but 8 months later. And we showed that as a government, we managed to produce an 862-bed hospital in our CTICC, our convention center. We produced that in 6 weeks. But not just one hospital. We produced 4 hospitals in our province in the matter of weeks. This showed us as a province and as a management team that we could really do things in a very different way and very efficiently and speedily. We also produced a partnership with the taxi industry, something that you would have thought of beforehand, government and taxis. We were always at each other's throats, but here we built a partnership called the Red Dot Taxi System, where more than 70,000 nurse trips happened, where nurses were actually conveyed from their homes safely to their hospitals or places of work and back home again during curfew and during times when frontline workers were feeling under huge pressure. We managed to build a partnership that is going to change the way public transport works into the future. Then when it comes to medicines, we know that people queue from 4 o'clock in the morning at our clinics and our hospitals, specifically elderly and people with comorbidities. These people were at risk during COVID-19 and during the peak of the pandemic. So what we did was we put a partnership together and we now deliver medicines to your home. More than 700,000 medicine parcels have been delivered to people at their homes, changing lives forever. People will no longer have to queue early mornings to go and fetch their medicines at our clinics and hospitals. They will be delivered at their homes forever. If I think about innovation, nasal oxygen, while people were looking at how do we save lives in our hospitals, we were looking at the rest of the world running out of ventilators, and we came up with nasal oxygen supply, high pressure, and we were actually able to give high-end care to people just even in ordinary hospital beds, changing things forever the way that things were done. We made sure we didn't run out of oxygen. We made sure that we delivered food across the board. We delivered more than 15 million food parcels between government and the private sector. In our schools, we made sure that school children continued with their feeding. Despite pressure from national government and other provinces stopping feeding, we continued through this whole pandemic to feed children at our schools. We made sure that we were also open and transparent with our communication. From day one, kept the citizens up to speed on what was happening with this virus. We established a dashboard that was updated every single day. And this was used by business, by citizens, to understand what was happening across this province. And this dashboard, incidentally, has now won a silver award, competing with private sector in innovation and tech across our country. And our dashboard in government won a silver medal for the work that our department has done in that space. We made sure that our management was wall-to-wall across the province, and we still do that. Even though we've flattened the curve, we still run monitoring across our province wall-to-wall. But now we're moving into the next phase, which is continually making sure that COVID-19 is flattened and monitoring, but now it's the recovery stage. And as a government, we've now chosen 3 sectors that we will focus on. The first is jobs, and jobs now. We've lost 321,000 jobs in our province, and we have to claw every single one of them back. We've got to cut red tape. We've got programs where we've put 27 million rand in place so that businesses, small businesses, can have access to the funding to get their businesses up and running again. We've helped our artists with funding so that they, during lockdown, could continue to feed their families. We really are cutting red tape to make sure it's easy to do business so that we claw back those jobs that we've lost during COVID-19. Safety. The second focus of our government. And one of my key mandates from day one in being elected to the province and being elected and putting my cabinet together. And we will continue with safety. We put the first 500 law enforcement officers or LEAP officers in place. And I mean, that was one of my most exciting moments in the last year when I watched those 500 law enforcement officers march in to the Athlone Stadium in time and looking at the sheer volume of officers and knowing that they were going to be deployed into communities where gangsterism is rife, where murder is high, and our target is to halve the murder rate. Continuing with the rollout of our safety plan, but it's not only boots on the ground. It is also violence prevention, going to the causes. And every single minister in our government has got a safety priority. And every single department is focusing on making sure that we are getting a grip on violence prevention, stopping the causes so that we can halve the murder rate in our region. And then the third focus area in recovery is one of dignity. I said to you that we delivered millions of meals and hundreds of thousands of food parcels during the height of the pandemic. But this COVID-19 and the recovery is going to be with us for months and months and months to come. We've got to continually making sure that dignity is amongst our citizens. That is food on the table if you've lost your job. That is dignity if you've lost your job, and understanding that our support is there to make sure that you and your family will be looked after. It is delivering more than to more than 200 schools, more than 2 million sanitary pads to make sure that our young girls are looked after and there's dignity in the system. Dignity, safety, and jobs now. That is the focus of our government going forward over the next 100 days and medium term, to make sure that as a government we can show that we offer real hope and we offer real change to citizens of our province, and showing that where the DA governs, we make the real difference and the real change. I thank you.
South Africa, there it is, you have it, the kind of change that South Africa deserves. The DA difference. You need real hope, we need real change. Now, where the DA governs, the people are put first.
And the DA difference extends beyond the Western Cape. In Gauteng, the Midvaal municipality has been an island of excellence in a sea of despair for more than a decade. And if we're talking service delivery, then our next speaker up on the stage, Midvaal Mayor Bongani Baloyi, is the man to speak to.
Oi, oi.
Ladies and gentlemen, Democrats, it's my pleasure to be here today to participate in this very important Congress of our party. Let me start by saying, real hope for our future is in our hands. We need to move with speed and effect the real change that we've envisaged as an organization. This will enable us to reach greater heights and achieve much more for our people. I believe that together we can achieve much more and make our democratic dispensation meaningful for everyone. A better future is possible when we all pull together in advancing our noble call, which is to serve the people of our republic. The success of democracy hinges on good governance and institutions free from corruption and maladministration. And this is what the DA can deliver. Midvaal local municipality can attribute its success and achievement to this very important principle of good governance. This principle embodies ethical leadership, political will, and consequence management. For the past decade, we have been receiving numerous awards, and amongst others, Best Governed Municipality, 6 consecutive clean audits, and Top Performing Municipality in Gauteng, and many others. This did not just happen. It was because we took a firm and conscious decision to adhere to the principle of good governance and DA values. We pride ourselves to be a public institution which conducts its public affairs, manage public resources, and guarantee the realization of promises in a sustainable manner, free of abuse, maladministration, and corruption, with due regard for the rule of law. In the recent past, our municipality has been coined the fastest growing municipality in Gauteng due to our rapid economic growth. We have undergone radical change from a quaint country area booming to a tourism, recreational, and industrial center in the south of Gauteng. A report by the Gauteng provincial government ranked Midvaal as Gauteng's top performing municipality in terms of quality of life. We are also within the top 10% of high-scoring municipalities in South Africa. Some of our major achievements have been attracting business establishments along the R59 corridor. And this has brought with new opportunities for job creation and sustainable livelihoods for our residents. I believe as a party, we are the only hope for South Africa. Together, we can do more. I thank you.
Imagine if the rest of South Africa had more Mayor Baloys. Imagine if the rest of the country was led by a DA government. This is the DA difference we speak about. Real hope, real change now. When the DA governs, we have development that's sustainable. The DA is the future.
And another place where we see the DA difference all the time is in Parliament, the National Assembly. You've seen her in the House, you've seen her on social media, you've seen her all over the country. Our next speaker has an unrivaled skill in whipping people into shape. DA's Chief Whip, Natasha Mazzoli.
Mandla.
Good morning, Congress delegates. What an absolute pleasure it is to give you feedback from the Shadow Cabinet and the DA in the Parliament of South Africa. Upon the realization that the pandemic was about to hit South Africa and that we would be going into a hard lockdown with very little notice, Parliamentary Leader John Steenhuisen instructed me to call together and chair an extraordinary emergency meeting of the extended Shadow Cabinet. We sent letters indicating our full support to the President, Speaker of Parliament and Ministers during this crisis time. It was a time for us to unite as South Africans and fight this virus with our collective South African might. Unfortunately, after the initial 3-week hard lockdown period, it became frighteningly apparent that the governing party was unable to steer us through this unprecedented time. So the DA did what we do best. We took the lead. Immediately, led by our parliamentary leader, John Steenhuisen, a COVID recovery plan was developed. All shadow ministers detailed their plans of how to assist and rebuild their respective portfolios. We started a series of work streams chaired by shadow ministers that saw various DA public representatives from across all 9 provinces and all 3 spheres of government working together to find solutions to this now mammoth problem that faced South Africa. We started the difficult process of outlining how to save lives as well as livelihoods. From police brutality to social grant failures, from UIF disasters to winning court cases to get the economy open again, from the health department meltdown, except in the Western Cape, a tourism state of disaster, transport nightmares across the country, an intrusive defence force, a washing line border fence, and an education system left in turmoil. The DA Shadow Cabinet worked harder, smarter, and more determinedly than I have ever seen any grouping work before. I am therefore grateful to have this Congress platform to thank the Shadow Cabinet for their exceptional work during the COVID pandemic. You are the unsung heroes of South Africa, and the honour is mine to call you colleagues. Thanks to the unrelenting pressure placed on the Department of Energy, we are finally seeing the opening up of the energy sector to allow diversification of energy supply, and thanks to the continued pressure brought by the DA's emo bill, Eskom will finally be unbundled. The wheels of justice may turn slowly, but turn they do. We are finally seeing the fruits of our labour as those who tried to steal the state, piece by piece, through the web of state capture, are arrested and brought to book. Our motion to have the public protector removed from office is before the House. And finally, let me end off by assuring Congress, under the watch of this Shadow Cabinet, no faux Gucci revolutionary group of fascist thugs will be allowed to terrorise our country. We have laid criminal charges against the EFF for incitement of violence. We have reported their racist remarks and messages of hate to the Human Rights Commission, and we are using every avenue available in Parliament to hold them to account. On behalf of the Shadow Cabinet, I would like to thank Dr. Ivan Meyer for his unwavering support, Helen Ziller for her immediate reaction when we needed to pursue legal charges, and each and every one of you, our proud DA public reps and members, for assisting us in all our actions and our campaigns. Enjoy Congress. The Shadow Cabinet wishes you joy, good health and safety. This is Parliament, signing out.
In June 2020, we celebrate 20 years since the DA was formed. The DA's roots go back as far as 1959, when Helen Suzman's Progressive Party was formed to oppose apartheid. the Progressive Party paved the way for the Democratic Party, which played a vital role in negotiating South Africa's democratic constitution. In 2000, the party evolved into the Democratic Alliance out of a need to build a strong opposition to protect and strengthen democracy. Since its formation, the DA has grown substantially, from an opposition party to a party of government. From humble beginnings to having over 20% of support in national and municipal elections, the DA is the only party with a record of non-racial electoral growth and is a viable alternative to the ANC. Over 7 million people live in DA-run municipalities across the country and in the top-performing province in South Africa, the Western Cape. The DA-run Western Cape has the lowest unemployment rate of any province. More children stay in school to matric here than anywhere else. And DA-run Cape Town has been voted the most trusted metro for 7 years in a row. The DA takes its role of protecting our hard-won democracy seriously. It was the first party to call for a comprehensive rollout of antiretrovirals when AIDS denialism was at its peak, be it through a 7-year court battle to get access to spy tape evidence that finally has Zuma in court in connection with fraud, racketeering and money laundering charges stemming from an arms deal in the late 90s, to the DA's relentless pressure in Parliament that eventually saw the establishment of the Zondo Commission of Inquiry into state capture, and the battle to pull back the curtain on corruption at state-owned enterprises such as Eskom and Prasa. The DA's efforts has finally seen former President Zuma pay back the money wasted illegally upgrading his Nkandla home. The DA is doing everything possible to defeat the COVID-19 pandemic, making constructive proposals for how we can get South Africans safely back to work, protecting everybody's constitutional rights by launching a court case to stop government's ban on NGOs distributing food to desperate and hungry people, and challenging irrational lockdown laws like the use of discrimination when deciding who gets relief in this difficult time. In all communities, we are fighting to protect every South African's right to own property and feel safe in their own homes. Today, and for the last 20 years, the DA has been at the forefront of democracy, working hard to make life better for every South African.
Welcome back. Joining us here in studio live is our DA spokesperson, Abudiso Limaladi. Dada, welcome. How are you?
I'm very well, Karawa. It's good to see you, and it's a pleasure to be here. And, greetings to all our delegates who are joining us from different venues in their homes at hybrid venues. And it's always a pleasure seeing you, Richard.
Thank you. Great to see you too, Solly. You talk about the delegates. We have 2,000 of them at home in specially designated areas, all taking part virtually in this Congress. Now, what informed the DA to say, let's do this Congress virtually? And then the natural question, what innovations did you have to come up with to make it work?
I think first and foremost, it's important to recognize that the decision itself was a reaction to the disruption that COVID-19 caused to all of us. We had prepared for the Congress to take place in person, and when it became very clear that that was not going to be possible, we had to find a solution, and we had to move towards having a Congress so that we can have a fully elected leadership on a permanent basis. And once that call was made, it was important that we have to prepare very well in order for the Congress to be credible, in order for the Congress to produce credible incredible outcomes. So we looked at, securing the infrastructure that would make sure that it would be an inclusive Congress, which is very important for all our delegates to have representation, so that even members who are not part of the Congress, can have the confidence in its outcomes and have a voice in it, but also making sure that the delegates who might not have some of the resources that some of our colleagues have that support from the comfort of their homes to those who wish to do so. So they've been provided with, the laptops and the data that they need, and to those who are able to go to the hybrid venues so that they are also in a secure environment, so that everyone can participate fully and play an inclusive part in this Congress.
Ordinarily, one wouldn't know what goes into a Congress, what it is, what do delegates do. So just quickly run us through what is expected throughout this weekend.
Yes, there are three major developments associated with the Congress. One is the elections, obviously, of the leadership, which always gets the lion's share of their attention. The second part is the constitutional amendments. In the lead up to Congress, there was a constitutional review team that was set up to look at the areas of our constitution that needed to be amended. And they've done a sterling work of, looking at the inputs that different people have submitted to them. And there will be presenting those constitutional amendments, and delegates will have an opportunity to speak and vote on the adoption or otherwise of those constitutional amendments, and also the policy topics. In as much as we had a policy conference that was dedicated towards, reshaping policy in the organization, it was focused on topical issues that were necessary for the time. Congress is also an opportunity on topical policy developments that gives delegates an opportunity to speak in support of those policy items. So those are the three big topics that will take place. In addition, there will be a series of reports by different people. And all these reports, what they do is to keep members of the organization abreast of the status of the party, so that people can know where the party is in this moment, so that our preparations post the Congress is informed by an evidence-based understanding of where the party is.
Sometimes understanding policy-making, decision-making bodies can be quite complex. How do the various DA leadership structures merge together?
That's a very good question, because a lot of the outside world's analysis of the DA is informed by a misunderstanding of our leadership structures and all these decision-making bodies. And to lay it down simple, we've got the Federal Congress, which is the senior decision-making body of the organization, which has a responsibility or a constitutional obligation to elect leadership and to take decisions that are then binding on the organization. We also have the Federal Council, which is a representative body of the party that, in between congresses, has the powers to make decisions that are binding on the organization. It is representative of the provincial leaders, the provincial chairpersons of the party, representation from different caucuses of the party across the country. It also has a representation for non-public reps, which represents ordinary members of the party who have been elected by their constituencies to represent them on this body. And what the body does is to look at periodic decision-making of the organization to make sure that the party functions well, and most importantly, takes decisions that are consistent with the constitution of the organization. Outside of Federal Council, you then have the Federal Executive, which is a much more smaller group. It is the federal leadership of the party, the leader, the chairperson of the Federal Council, and the federal chairperson of the party and their deputies. It also involves the 9 provincial leaders, the spokesperson of the party, the chief whip from the National Assembly, the leader from the NCOP, the ADEC leader, the MP, the DA MPL's network representation, DA Youth, DA Women's Network, and also DA Abroad. And what the Federal Executive does and is responsible for is for the daily management of the organization. And then there's the National Management Committee, which is an even smaller group with the leader of the party, the chairperson of the party, the CEO of the organization, and the chief whip of the National Assembly, which looks at having a smaller group that combines the operational functioning of the party and the political leadership decision making, so that on a daily basis there is synergy between those bodies, and its decisions then become recommendations to the federal executive. So those are the different structures of the party, and obviously there are provinces that have their structures in terms of the provincial leadership and the PECs. But what that does, it's a very synchronized authority of decision making, and it's quite simple to understand when you look at the DA through its unique lens.
It's very important to have an organization that works, right?
Yeah.
Particularly one that's gunning for governance in the future, considering where we find ourselves as South Africa. South Africans find themselves with a bleak future. So our Congress theme for this year is Real Hope, Real Change Now. So run us through the details of why Real Hope, why Real Change, and why now?
I think it represents the immediate challenges that we face and the need to spark hope and change in our society, because the world over, and even South Africa as is, if you look at the rising levels of unemployment, the rising levels of despair, people are really looking for inspiration, they are looking for hope, and they are looking for change. And the DA represents that in our country, particularly because of our pedigree and our track record in government, and how we've always been leading with instilling hope in society through using ethical government, through using good government, through using service delivery in order to change people's lives. And the change we need is the change of political leadership and government. We need to replace the current government with a DA government, so that the DA difference that is so evident in municipalities that we govern, from Midvaal to Guga, where we are, front runners when it comes to innovation in service delivery, ethical leadership, good governance, and making sure that public money is used to improve the quality of life of residents. And this theme speaks to that. And that is why, for me, the DA is the best vehicle for leading the real hope and the real change that our country needs right now.
Definitely. Thank you so much for being here today. It's been an absolute pleasure. Unfortunately, our time is up, but it's been great engaging you.
I've truly enjoyed it.
Thank you very much, Solly. And now we go back to the stage where we'll hear from the DA Head of Policy, Gwen and Gwenya.
There is a great deal of pain and suffering in the world and in our country, and it may not be unusual for a nation to find itself confronting a challenge, whether that is a stagnating economy, or high levels of unemployment, or high education dropout rates, or a health system that does not serve the needs of the population, or even high rates of malnutrition and stunting. It is, however, a sign of a deep and unusual crisis for a people to be facing all of these circumstances at the same time. South Africa is in trouble, and the light at the end of the tunnel looks increasingly faint. It is not just an older generation whose fears that they will not see a prosperous South Africa, but many under the age of 34 have never held a job and may have no hope of it in their lifetime if South Africa continues on the path it is on. But it is never too late to do today what we should have done yesterday. This is why we committed ourselves to holding our most inclusive policy process to date, due to the urgency for a coherent policy foundation upon which to build the rest of our offer. And that was before we knew just how relevant the COVID-19 pandemic would make the decisions of that weekend. The national government's often irrational response to COVID-19 has made worse an economic situation which was already desperate. As racial and nationalistic tensions mount in our country, we had to take a hard look at why do South Africans continue to be poor. I know it, and I know many at home know it, that it increasingly has little to do with race. There are actions which will make a country poor, and there are actions which will make a country prosper. South Africa's national government has created an environment where it is easy to do business and get ahead in life if you have a political connection. But it is very hard if you are an honest, hard-working South African with a plan. While many youth are sitting at home with a degree, cadres are making money because their party membership is their matric certificate. Tenderpreneurs fill their garages with cars with the money meant to upgrade public services. Division provides a distraction. When we are angry, we do not see as clearly. They want us to think we are poor because we are black, but the color of your skin cannot make you poor. However, governments can make people poor. The National Party decided that it was going to use the color of skin to decide who will be poor and who will be comfortable. The ANC has decided it is going to use the colour of your skin and whether you are a loyal cadre or not. The majority of South Africans are not poor because they are black. There is no poverty in our features. South Africans are still poor because we still do not have a government that serves everyone and not its own people. That is why the DA's economic justice policy wants to do two things which no South African government has ever done. One, to build an inclusive economy for all, and two, to put an end to apartheid racial classification. We will do this by focusing on people who are disadvantaged and by breaking down the obstacles which keep individuals, households, and the economy from prospering. This includes one, prioritizing economic growth, recognizing that an inclusive economy is a growing one, not one where a shrinking taxpayer base provides increasing support to an increasing number of unemployed. Two, the economic justice policy also focuses on ways to improve both the quality of South African education and the time spent in education. Three, the need to increase the participation of women in the economy by amending legislation which entrenches the unequal sharing of childcare responsibilities. Four, access to both private and public health care. Five, ensuring that no child is stunted and that emphasis is placed on early childhood development. After all, the best way to ensure good outcomes is by providing a good start. Six, addressing the low savings and investment environment in South Africa, which keeps households vulnerable to shocks. And seven, making sure our government serve the people, not themselves, by having lifestyle audits for politicians and government officials. If we focus not on an elite enrichment, but addressing the needs of the disadvantaged, we can beat the past and build the future.
Any work in democracy is centered on liberal values and liberal principles. We're tired of seeing so many of our South Africans left outside of economic opportunities. This is precisely why the DA's economic justice policy is the future for sustainable development.
Ons volgende spreker op die verhoog is die Noord-Kaapse leier Andrew Louw. Andrew gaan met ons praat oor veiligheid op die platteland.
Welkom by ons federale kongres. 'n Uitsonderlike oomblik, wêreldsklas. Die afgelope paar maande het ons ervaar dat afskuwelike geweldsmisdade wat deur gewetenlose misdadigers gepleeg word, hoogtyd in kwesbare landelike gemeenskappe vier. In my tuisprovinsie, die Noord-Kaap, is een van die gruwelikste familiemoorde gepleeg. Die brandgesin van Hartswater is in Julie maand op hulle klein hoewe aangeval. Die lyke van 83-jarige Daniel en die 73-jarige Breggie is in vlakgrafte gevind. Die verminkte lijk van hulle 54-jarige dogter Elsabie was in 'n veld gevind. Daar is soveel ander soortgelyke voorvalle wat dwars oor Suid-Afrika plaasvind. Dit sluit die slagting van Brendan Hone in, wat nou die verpersoonliking van plaasmoorde is en wat die land op 'n mespunt geplaas het. Dit is onteenseglik dat landelike misdade toegeneem het. Afgesien van die moorde, vind daar ook veediefstal plaas. Boere wat na dorpe gaan om besigheid te voer, word nou ook selfs aangeval. Daarbey moet landelike areas ook wegholbrande trotseer. Baie van die brande ontstaan in vernietigende protesaksies of in kwaadwilligheid van misdadigers. Hierdie wegholbrande het mense beseer, duisende hektaar landbougrond vernietig, vee en wilde diere afgemaai, toerusting verwoes en selfs huise in puin gelaat. Die wegholbrande plaas 'n swaar las op die skouers van boere, wie reeds sukkel om die voortdurende probleem van ons slepende droogte te trotseer. Daar is enorme emosionele druk op ons voedselprodusente en ons landelike gemeenskappe, wie boonop die konstante bedreiging van grondonteiening sonder vergoeding moet deurstaan. Attack on farmers, farm workers and all rural communities are an attack on our rural economy. As they say, no farmers, no food. Therefore, rural safety is everybody's business. The war on our rural communities must stop. It needs to stop now. The DA will not be a spectator as our impoverished and starved country is pushed closer to famine. South Africa's vulnerable rural communities need urgent, clear and decisive action, and we cannot wait any longer. That is why the Democratic Alliance has developed a comprehensive rural safety plan that can be put into practice to address rural safety challenges. Traditional, visible policing in rural areas is almost impossible, as police officers are often unfamiliar with the terrain and areas in which they work, and they don't necessarily always have the skills to adequately police rural areas. The DA's plan addresses this challenge by taking a community-focused, boots-on-the-ground approach to rural safety, which includes the extensive use of technology in new ways and proposals for greater police visibility to keep rural residents safe. Dit is ook waarom die DA ons hofmoniteringseenheid in die Noord-Kaap en reg oor die land geloods het, sodat ons doelgerig geregtigheid vir slagoffers kan nastreef. Hierdie eenheid kan voorkom dat sake van die hofrol geskraap word en kan ook help om skuldige bevindings te bekom. Dit sal ook help om werksaamhede tussen die polisie, die vervolgingsgesag en die slagoffers van wrede aanvalle te verbeter. Die hofmoniteringseenheid sal ook oorsig uitoefen oor die polisie, om die doeltreffendheid van die polisie te monitor en om goeie verstandshouding tussen die polisie en die gemeenskap te bevorder. Finally, we must join the campaign to place South Africa's spiraling rural criminality and particularly farm murders on the international agenda. This is not routine criminality. Farmers of all races are targeted out of all proportion to their numbers in society. The consequences will be costly for every single person in South Africa who depends on our farmers for food. Die DA gee om en ons landelike gemeenskap moet ons omgee, ervaar. Landelike veiligheid is 'n prioriteit vir die DA. Elke boer, elke plaaswerker en elke landelike gemeenskap moet beveilig word. Dit is die belofte van ons grondwet. Ons moet dit verwesenlik.
'94 was a great moment in our country's history. We were united, we had hope. We all shared the same dream of one South Africa for all. That dream has been hijacked, corrupted and sold out by the power-hungry and corrupt. They divide us with anger and hate. Corruption is killing our country. Those who have betrayed the struggle are the ones in power who have made themselves rich while the poor go hungry. This is not what we were promised. More empty promises, more unemployment. For 25 years, we have waited. We are moving backwards. The choice before us is simple. Either we make a change and move forward, or our dream dies. Only you have the power to bring change.
Democrats, let me take this opportunity to greet you all in the name of hope. In particular, young people across the DA and South Africa. I want to acknowledge and appreciate you, all the members of the party, activists, branch chairpersons, constituencies, regional and provincial structures, public representatives, staff members across the country, putting the time, putting the work to make sure the DA remains a thorn in the foot of injustice. I want to acknowledge the ground in which we stand on. It is, Democrats, ground zero for the fight for South Africa. A fight that can only be won when hope triumphs over fear. Hope is defined as an optimistic state of mind that is based on the expectation of positive outcomes. It is in the precipice of darkness, where some might say, let's call it a day, that hope begins. The stubborn feeling that if you just show up and try to do the right thing, the dawn will come. You see, Democrats, hope is not just a state of mind for us in the DA. Hope is action. Hope is doing something different. What we need to get at this weekend is what the importance of this effort is. It would seem to me that the youth, in which I mean the future of South Africa, are the true engines of progress in South Africa. Not the government, not the right or the left. It is young people and our ability to keep hoping that keeps us going. Today, we are here at a federal Congress because we have hope. Hope in this party, hope in South Africa, that this Congress will be a culmination of ideas that reconfirm that hope is indeed better than fear, that hope is passion for what is possible, that social and economic and political freedom is possible in our lifetime, that hope for quality healthcare where you are not given a Panado for every sickness and not having a medical aid is not a death sentence. Hope, Democrats, hope for an economy that serves us all, where an entire generation of young people are not set to lose everything or to never work a day in their lives. Hope that institutions of higher learning understand that we only have our dreams and nothing else. Hope for equal wages for men and women. Hope for the end of pit toilets for children in rural areas. In other words, dignity. Hope that never again will a young person be shot on the street by the people who are supposed to be protecting us. Rest in peace, Nathaniel Julius. Hope that we will be safe in our homes, our communities, and not murdered mercilessly. Rest in peace, Brendan Horner. Hope that South Africa will bring an end to gender-based violence and keep women safe. Rest in peace, Tsukufatso Pule. Bantu basemzantsi Afrika, sinimamele, siyaniva, siyanibona xa nisithi anifuna urhulumente obolileyo. Xa nisithi nidikiwe, kodwa ke ngesixhosa kuthiwa ithemba liyaphilisa. Sicela abantu bethu bangalahli ithemba. Kibuwa kaTshepo. Hope, Democrats, that only we can achieve this together. In a polarized South Africa, there will be no winners, only losers. We can only succeed if we work together to fulfill a vision of our Constitution, to improve people's lives, and to defend each other's rights. We believe unshakably in the values of non-racialism, rule of law, good and clean governance. While there are other parties that may say the same thing, only the DA practices what it preaches. That is why, together, we must be strong and a caring core of the new majority. This is the only way forward for a prosperous South Africa. Together, we can bring a new democratic consensus and take all people, in which I mean all South Africans, to an authentic, solution-driven, people-centered society. So in the debate of the people versus corruption, the debate of the people versus violence, the people versus racism, the people versus injustice, it is without question that we must stand with the people. If the older generation refuses to make room for new ideas, if they continue to choose normality to the detriment of our future, we will, as young people, occupy that space and do it ourselves. I thank you very much.
It is indeed incredibly disappointing and a shame that 26 years into a democracy, millions of young people are still without opportunities, they're still jobless. But the DA is committed to ensuring that there is real hope, there's real change now.
And a shout out to all the members of the public, the DA members, and of course the delegates in their homes and especially designated areas all over the country, joining us in this first ever virtual Federal Congress.
Indeed, it's exciting. We're still keeping social media blue. Paint those timelines, #DA Congress. We'll find us on YouTube. We're still on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook.
Coming up after the break, we'll be hearing from all the candidates who'll be contesting leadership positions. You don't want to miss that. Get a cup of coffee and be back.
Yeah.
South Africans, we come from a hard past. In many ways, we are still a nation divided. A nation with a hard future ahead. We are used to living in a world of us and them. The ones we trust and those we don't understand. Those who have and those who have not.
I'm sure many of you are wondering why you are here and why you are standing in the boxes that you are standing in. Many times, people want to tell us who we are, what we are, because of how we look. So today, we want to tell a different story.
When we take the time to really see one another, then there is us, those who voted in 1994, and those who were born free, the breadwinners, and those of us desperately looking for a job. Some of us love Qom, and some can't pronounce Qom. And then there are those who simply love to dance. Despite our differences, there's more that brings us together than keeps us apart. And then there are those of us who worry about our children's future, and those who don't feel safe in their homes. Too many of us are struggling to make a living. But all of us dream of a better tomorrow. We who refuse to give up hope. We who refuse to be divided. We who want to work together to realize the vision of Nelson Mandela. United, we will bring a better future for all of us.
Democrats, South Africans, welcome back. It is the DA Federal Congress 2020. We're coming to you live virtually from across the country. We see you across your laptop screen, your cell phone screen. Welcome back. Now, let's get down to the business of the weekend.
We're almost at the point where the candidates for those leadership positions will brief Congress on why they are the best people for the job. But first, let's cross to the stage where CEO Simon Dickinson will give us an operational overview of the Congress and introduce us to the Congress Hub and the presiding officers.
Good morning, fellow Democrats, and welcome. My name is Simon Dickinson, and I'm the party's CEO, and I therefore lead the DA's professional staff. I work closely with the federal leader and the chairperson of the Federal Council to ensure that our operations fully support party structures at all times. Since receiving a mandate from the Federal Council, and at the request of Dr. Ivan Meyer, we put together a Congress Organising Committee. The committee has carefully ensured that this elective Federal Congress meets all the requirements of the DA's federal constitution. The committee has been meeting on a regular basis, overseeing project work streams and completing the various activities to make this weekend a success. This included creating a studio facility here in Mill Street, Cape Town, from where we are broadcasting today. We continue to forge ahead with our internal democratic processes and have risen to the challenge of doing this during the lockdown by holding a virtual Congress. I'd like to thank delegates and viewers watching at home for your time. We're joined this morning by approximately 1,220 delegates logged on individually on the Zoom platform, as well as approximately 810 delegates at 35 hybrid venues across the country. Some venues vary in size from as little as 2 people up to 108. This digital and hybrid approach has ensured everyone from all communities can fully participate in this elective Federal Congress. We have helplines available to support delegates this weekend. For any Zoom technical queries, please message us on our WhatsApp line, which is 061 374 9769. I repeat, 061 374 9769. Please note that this is a no-call number. For an alternative to WhatsApp, you can SMS us on 081 531 9108. I repeat, 081 531 9108. This line is for SMSs only. You can also speak with us in person by calling us on 010 020 6043. I repeat, 010 020 6043. I want to thank our leaders and our staff for ensuring that the appropriate health protocols are in place at the hybrid venues. Delegates, please let us adhere to the social distancing requirements and the wearing of face masks when coming into contact with one another. Please sanitize your hands regularly. I will now hand over to our presiding officers, Greg Crumbach and Desiree van der Walt, who are coming to you live from the Congress Hub in Cape Town. I thank you, and I wish you a very good Congress.
Good morning, all Federal Congress 2020 delegates, and welcome to Federal Congress. Together with my colleague Desiree van der Walt, it is our singular honor and privilege to be your presiding officers for Federal Congress 2020. Our job as presiding officers has been to make sure that our Federal Congress is free and fair in every sense of these words, and that our Congress follows due process. Free, because every delegate, regardless of their life circumstances, must have exactly the same opportunity to participate equally in every aspect of our rich Congress tapestry, to vote for our future leaders, to bring our living Constitution up to date, and to help flesh out our policies going forward by voting on resolutions. We have sought to achieve this by setting up nearly 40 hybrid venues where delegates can participate fully without having to worry about having the right equipment or signal strength. And fair, by making sure that every delegate and every candidate is subject to our democratically adopted constitution and rules, that equal opportunities are afforded to all, and that the rules are applied fairly and consistently to everyone. I am very proud of our party and its members in that every challenge we have encountered thus far in this rather unique environment has been met and resolved by sharing of views and agreement. We would like to record our appreciation to all these role players, the Congress Organizing Committee, our party structures, leadership, our professional staff who have worked late into the night for months, and of course our delegates and members who participated in branch elections to choose our delegates with us today. We are especially pleased to have worked closely with the candidates to discuss and agree on issues of mutual interest such as impartiality, debates, the setup and leadership of hybrid venues. Thank you for working with us to make sure that Congress 2020 is the resounding success we all desire. And, like I'm sure all of you, I'm looking forward to our final candidate addresses during Congress itself, one of many highlights in what I hope you will find to be an exciting and uplifting program. We have so much to be proud of in the Democratic Alliance. I now hand over to my co-presiding officer, Desiree van der Walt, for her opening remarks.
Thank you, Zakumi. Delegates, one of the best things about being a DA member is that you know the DA will always come up with the best solutions, the most innovative ideas, and execute its task with professionalism and expertise. Look no further than the councils and the province that we run. This Congress is a huge challenge in itself. It is the biggest in history, with up to 2,166 delegates. It is also taking place during the greatest health crisis in living memory. It will take place on 2 different platforms, with half of our delegates voting online and another half voting physically at nearly 40 different venues around our country. To achieve this, we are very grateful to have received the support of our public representatives, professional staff, delegates, and members around the country. We have had numerous training Zooms and webinars. We have tested our voting systems, and we have strained every operational sinew to ensure that every system functions with zero defect. No other party in our country has attempted anything quite so ambitious and as big as this. But then, there is no other party quite like the DA. Delegates are now returned to a brief overview of our voting systems. This will be covered later in more detail by Adrian Frith, Kevin Milam, and Gwen Gwenya. You will have to vote for different elements at Congress: leadership, constitutional amendments, and resolutions. There will be different methods of voting. OPA vote system, which is a vote by secret ballot for leadership by all our delegates. For constitutional amendments and resolutions, a Zoom poll vote for home delegates, and voting with cards for hybrid venue delegates. Delegates, I now hand over back to Greg to provide you with a brief overview of our voting systems. Greg.
Thank you very much, Desiree. We will start with the home delegate voting. Now, delegates, if you are a home delegate and logged onto your own device, you'll be able to vote for constitutional amendments and resolutions via the Zoom poll vote function. Once the chairperson of the constitutional amendment process or the chairperson of the resolutions process announces that voting has started, you will have 60 seconds to vote per question. That is, the question as to whether you support the constitutional amendment or resolution or not. You will only be able to vote in one of 3 ways on each question. That is, yes if you support, no if you oppose, or abstain if you don't want to take a position. The question might be longer than your screen, so you might have to scroll down a little bit to see it in full. Once you have chosen how to vote on each set of constitutional amendments or resolutions, click Submit so that your votes are recorded and tallied. Home delegates, please may I request you to be patient while all the votes are tallied and submitted from all our hybrid venues around the country. Delegates in our hybrid venues are sharing laptops, so it will take a little longer, but their results will not take longer than 7 minutes per batch to come in. You could always use those spare minutes to gather in a few of your own records for our by-elections on the 11th of November. Please do vote on every amendment or resolution while you stay online so that we achieve the required support levels to reach a decision. And then, once all the votes from around the country are gathered in and automatically tallied, the chairperson of that session will announce the results. So we now come to hybrid venue delegate voting. If you are a delegate at a hybrid venue, you will of course be attending in person rather than online. You will be voting in leadership contests the same way as home delegates by using the OPA vote system on the laptop set up for you at your hybrid venue. That's coming up next with Adrian. Now, hybrid venue delegates, when you registered at your hybrid venue this morning, you would have received a goodie bag containing 3 different color voting cards. Green for supporting a constitutional amendment or resolution, red if you are opposing, and yellow to abstain. What will happen is that your deputy presiding officer at your venue will ask you, briskly and efficiently, to hold up just one of these cards to indicate your support or otherwise of constitutional amendments and resolutions put to you by the chairperson of that session. Your DPO will then count your votes and will then be inputting the results into a spreadsheet, which will be updated into our master spreadsheet in our Nerve Centre in Cape Town. Once we have all the results from our hybrid venues around the country, the chairperson of that session will announce the result. So that's the overview of the home and hybrid voting system. For a detailed look now as to how we will vote, it's over to Adrian.
Thank you, Greg, and good morning, delegates. In casting your votes to elect the party leadership, you will be using an online platform called OPA Vote. You will have received a voting code sent by SMS to the cell phone number which appears for you on the voters roll. You must please keep this code secret, because this code is what guarantees your access to the ballot. Each code can be used to cast only one ballot. If you have not received your code by SMS, please send a WhatsApp message to the number which appears on the screen, 063 327 2055. Please send your name, your province, your ID number, and your cell phone number. I repeat, the code is unique to you. It can only be used to cast one vote. Please don't share it with anybody else. I would also add that the ballot is completely secret. I cannot find out who you voted. No other person can find out who you voted. It is a truly secret ballot. If you are joining via Zoom from home, there are 2 different links to cast your vote, depending on whether you are a member of Federal Council or not a member of Federal Council, because members of Federal Council are entitled to also vote for the chairperson of Federal Council. If you are not a member of the Federal Council, the link is dacongress2020.co.za/vote. If you are a member of the Federal Council, the link is dacongress2020.co.za/vote council. Please do make sure you use the correct link, because if you use the wrong one, your voting code will not be accepted. If you're at a hybrid venue, laptops will have been set up which are preloaded to the OPA Vote voting page. Again, there is a distinction between those who are Federal Council and those who are not members of Federal Council, and there will be a designated laptop set aside for members of Federal Council. Now, when you go to that link or go to the designated laptop at your venue, it will ask you for your voting code. Please enter that code that was sent to you. Please note, the code is made up only of capital letters. So, for example, if you see a big O, it is a capital letter O and not a 0. Once you've entered that code and click on Go, the ballot page will then appear. Depending on whether you're a member of council or not, there will either be 2 or 3 things for you to vote on. In those cases where there are only 2 candidates, so for example for federal leader and also for chair of Federal Council, for those who are members of Federal Council, you only have to select your one preferred candidate. So all you do is click on the checkbox next to your chosen candidate. In the contest for Deputy Federal Chairperson, there are 4 candidates, and that means that you need to rank all the candidates in order, starting from your favorite candidate, the one you like the most, and ending with your least favorite candidate. So to do this, find your preferred candidate in the list of names on the left, and click on the Add button next to that name of your preferred candidate. That will add that person to the first position on your ballot paper. Then you can find the name of the person who is your second favorite, the one who you prefer next after your first choice. Again, click the Add button next to their name, and it will add them to the second place on your ballot paper. Then look for your third favorite person, click the Add button next to their name, and it will add them to the third place in your ballot paper. And finally, you click the Add button next to the last one remaining, your least favorite candidate, to add them to the fourth place in your ballot. Once you have added all the candidates to your ballot, you can change the order if necessary by clicking and dragging on the yellow boxes. So if you filled it out in not quite the right order, you can change it by clicking and dragging to move the yellow boxes up and down. Once you have filled out the whole ballot, the 2 parts or 3 parts, as the case may be, click on the Vote button. Once you do that, it will pop up a screen showing the choices you have made. If you are happy with what is displayed, if that is the correct reflection of your vote, click Confirm, and your ballot will be cast. And at that point, you will be done with the leadership voting. Thank you very much. I hand you now back to Greg.
Thank you very much, Adrian. Delegates, we now move on to one of the highlights of our Federal Congress, the final speeches from our candidates. We begin with our federal leadership candidates, who will address you for 5 minutes each.
Viva DA Viva! Phambili DA Phambili! Democrats, I am so excited to address you one final time today and to really set out my vision for what I believe could make the Democratic Alliance kind, strong, and fair in a way that would also help us to show South Africans that we are ready to take the Democratic Alliance to being a majority government in this country. I ran my campaign showing that what I want for this party is for everybody to feel included in all our decision making and in the way that the party is able to negotiate our shared values. I don't think that disagreement or seeing things differently is a bad thing. The idea of diversity as part of our principles is the one that should be cherished the most as a Democratic Alliance. And I want to move our party into a place where everybody feels that they have equal ability to be able to say where they believe the Democratic Alliance should be going and how we should be talking to voters on the ground. Because we only exist to try and win votes to show people what the Democratic Alliance could do. And so I believe that the best things about us is that we have good people. So many of us work so incredibly hard for this party, devoting our time and our energy away from families because we know that the cause that we are fighting for is the one that will make sure that all South Africans are able to live a prosperous life. We have great governance where we've been able to show citizens that they need to lend us their votes. And I want us as a party to really leverage that to being what we decide to do going forward everywhere. Let's show people what the Democratic Alliance is. Let's show them who we already are. And as your leader, it's why I've said, for councillors, I want us to help empower them with resources, training, equipment, whatever it is that they need to build the kinds of profiles and the brands that can really show South Africans at the coalface of our politics that the Democratic Alliance is serious about being with them every single place. Mengoba singekho nabantu laba khona abasoze basikhola ukuthi singakwazi ngempela ukuthi sibafezele inkinga zabo sikwazi usibasize ngezinto abadinga ukusiza ngazo. Mengoba singakwazi ukuthi abantu sibakhombise ukuthi sinendlela sokuthi sixazulule inkinga zabo zesimo somnotho noma nje ukuthi ingane zikwazi ukuthi ziye esikoleni kahle abasoze bakholwa ukuthi sizokwazi ukuthi mase siphethe njengohulumeni sizenze lezo zinto. So kubalekile ukuthi sikhombise manje. As your leader, I want us to reinvigorate the imagination of what South African politics could be like. And it's why I've said that we need a new way of politics, a way that shows that we are serious about taking this government that has had impunity and looting and corruption out of office, and that we will make South Africans work by professionalizing our public service, by making sure that every single person is able to have a future where they have dignity and can really find their purpose in the world. I want us to speak to young people. I want us to use day and dawn in our series structures to speak to those particular markets. But we've got to make sure that they are resourced and are able to do that job. I want us to be able, when we speak about our branch delegates, to know that branches are empowered, have the money and the resources to really be the soldiers on the ground for this party. I've been in this party for 14 years. I know what it takes to be in different communities. I've worked in rural communities, villages, townships, and in suburbia. And I believe as Democratic Alliance, we need to tap into every single type of person in this party and every single type of person in South Africa and show them that they can belong with the Democratic Alliance, that we will fight for them, that we will never scapegoat them, that we will make sure that they have a future in this country. If we can do this, if we can excite South Africans behind us again, despite what happened last year, we will make sure that people in this country are able to look at us differently. I'm asking as your leader for you to give me the opportunity to show you that I'll be in every community doing that. And I know that it's been hard and I know it's been tough, but we can't stop because we're tired. We will only stop when we are done and we have achieved a kind and strong and fair society for all.
Fellow Democrats, when I put my hand up for the position of interim leader a year ago, I did so because I care so deeply for the party I have served for over 22 years. I knew very well that our engines were sputtering and that our wings had been clipped. But instead of threatening to leave the party I love, I asked all of you to join hands with me. And instead of criticizing the DA and the media, I worked hard to rebuild its image. Because we all know that South Africa can only work if the DA works. It has now been exactly 1 year since we adopted a review report that set out the hard truths about what we needed to do to fix our party. As we look back on these past 12 months, I think we can all agree that they've been even tougher than many of us could ever have imagined. But perhaps more than at any other time in our proud history, this past year has also proven the fundamental strength of the Democratic Alliance. Under my leadership, we've not shirked away from the challenge that confronted us. Instead, we did what all truly great organizations do in difficult times. We rose to the occasion. When the going got tough, I made sure that the DA got going. The single most important fix we've made over this past year is our renewed focus on the ABCs of politics: activism, branches, and campaigning. When I first joined the DA as a member of my local branch in Durban way back in 1994, I spent my day knocking on doors, talking to people. It was then that I realized the power of true activism. Committed activists were the secret ingredient behind the DA's rise from a 1% party to become the official opposition in 1999. And I really believe that reigniting our activist base will be key to winning power from the ANC in 2024. Times may have changed, but there is no substitute for face-to-face communication with voters. So, under my watch, gone are the days of investing more in buying smart tablets than on training activists. Gone are the days of treating activists like little more than survey workers. Gone are the days of Facebook politicians taking credit for the hard work of our activists. And gone are the days of people being parachuted into positions at the expense of our hard-working members. In the many virtual and in-person meetings I've held across the length and breadth of this country, I reaffirmed my deep commitment to restoring discipline, including message discipline. We must stop talking only to ourselves. And we must stop talking to the media about our internal party matters. From now on, every single DA member must focus on the voters, all of them. Every South African deserves to know our fantastic vision for the country and how we plan to rescue it from this criminal clique in power. We must give people permission to hope again. Let's give them the audacity to dream of a better future, a promise of stability in a world that has never been so uncertain. Colleagues, the DA is once again ready for takeoff. We've repaired the holes in our fuselage, and we've installed powerful new jet engines, and our passengers are excited for the journey that lies ahead. That is why I had faith in you and the party to have this Congress, so we can finish what we've started. The turbulence is over, and the next leg of our journey must begin. It's time to open the throttle and take to the skies. I'm John Steenhuisen, a proud member and a lifelong activist for the Democratic Alliance. As I've done for my entire adult life, I pledge to always protect and promote our party against even the toughest odds. I'm battle-tested, and I'm ready to lead you in the fight to save our beautiful country. It'll be the fight of our lives, but together we can win it, and together we can march towards that new horizon of hope that beckons for our party and our country.
Delegates, I now like to introduce to you our 4 Deputy Federal Chairperson candidates who will each deliver a 3-minute speech to Congress. Anton Bredell, Annelie Lotriet, Refilwe Ntseki, and Jacques Smalle.
I'm Anton Bredell, a proud member of the Democratic Alliance for the past 20 years. I've been privileged to serve the DA in the Western Cape as chairperson for the past 13 years. Over the past 13 years, we have accomplished all our goals, from building the DA brand governing only 3 councils to winning the Metro as well as the province in 2009. The DA is privileged to have 4 deputy chairperson candidates of quality, and I am very privileged to be one of them. It is challenging to build a party and save a country, but even more challenging to govern well. The DA in the Western Cape's track record over the past 20 years speaks for itself. I believe that I can use my exposure gained over the last 20 years as a DA activist, councillor, mayor and a provincial minister to help strengthen the DA team. A position must never be about power, but always about your responsibility. I want to urge all our DA members to take up their responsibility, to serve their communities, to be elected To serve is a privilege and a responsibility, something we must never take for granted. For the DA to be successful, the team must pull in the same direction. We have enough enemies, and we cannot waste energy on fighting one another. We, as politicians, need to regain the respect of our voters. People is our business, and we need to earn their trust by being the best opposition possible. And where we get the opportunity to govern, we must govern well, so that we can live the DA dream of one nation with one future, built on freedom, fairness, opportunities and diversity for all. We need to be accessible to our voters. We must treat people with respect because they are our greatest asset. We need programs and support systems to help people to get their dignity back. As public representatives, we must understand that every day in office is a canvas day, a day to build yourself as well as the DA brand. A DA representative must get out of bed every day and ask him or herself, what can I do for the people of South Africa? My personal values and principles are embedded in the values of the DA. What are these values? Respect, hard work, ethics, truthfulness and trust. I wish to thank the members of the DA who put their trust in me by nominating me for this position. When elected, I will serve the DA with the same passion that I've done over the last 20 years. I will use the lessons learned in my exposure in government and bring to you accountability, excellence and resilience. I look forward serving you as the Deputy Federal Chairperson and will not disappoint. I thank you.
Fellow Democrats, at Federal Congress this year, we have a unique opportunity. We have a chance to reshape a dynamic party that provides a clear alternative to the ANC's failing policies and corruption, and an alternative to those who wish to divide us on the basis of race, religion, and background. If history has taught us one thing, it is that we are stronger together. A collective of individuals free to be themselves and to make a dignified contribution. But make no mistake, for us to grow and to present this clear alternative is going to require strong leadership. Leaders who are experienced, beyond reproach and approachable, kind yet decisive. As you know, Ivan Meyer has been elected unopposed as chairperson of the party. And I wish to congratulate him on this. But as Ivan will be able to tell you, such a position requires the backing of individuals who will be the core source of stability for our party. The position of a chairperson, albeit provincial chairperson, parliamentary caucus chairperson, or party chairperson, requires a steady hand, a clear grasp of processes, and a lot of background work to keep the ship steady. As Deputy Chairperson, I will have the opportunity to use my experience and understanding of what it takes to give our Federal Chairperson all the support he needs to be successful and to bring about such stability. Even more so, what we all desire now, more than ever, is for sober, clear and fair decision-making within the party. During this time, the collective of my ambition is to build a better future for my and your children, grandchildren and their generations. To know that the decades that I and so many of you who helped build this party were not wasted, and to ensure that we can look forward to a future where every South African can feel included in our party and within our beautiful country. To ensure that we build a party where everyone is recognized and acknowledged, and where everyone has a voice. To help us get on track, I'm asking for your support by making me your #1 choice.
Halala DA halala. Fellow Democrats, my name is Refilwe Ntsege and I'm running to be re-elected as a Deputy Federal Chairperson. Colleagues, in 2015 in Nelson Mandela Bay, you gave me a mandate to serve you and then reissued the same mandate in 2018. I have done what you asked me to do. During these 2 terms, I was appointed as one of the national spokespersons of the party. I have done everything to ensure that I always represent the party well in this role. As a member of the National Management Committee, I was also deployed to look after the Mangaung Metro Caucus. I have been a diligent member of this caucus. Living in Gauteng has also positioned me as strategic for the party as I represent us at embassy engagements, including briefing EU ambassadors. This role required me to understand diplomatic protocol. After the review panel, I was also asked to investigate Schweizer-Reneke in terms of its contribution to DA losing Afrikaans voters during the 2019 elections. I have also been a representative of the federal executive at many mayoral selection panels throughout the country. I am also a sitting member of the Gauteng East Selection Panel for councillors and that of the DA CEO. I have supported many provinces with by-elections, general election campaigns, and attending election launches. In some instances, I've even been asked to investigate tensions with difficult caucuses. Sometimes I'm asked to do speaking engagements in different provinces. I have been on some national coalition discussion meetings and am part of the national fundraising team. During my term, I have also been on the selection panel for Young Leaders program, as well as being a mentor for some of their candidates. I have presided over congresses around the country, such as Eastern Cape Dawn, KZN provincial debates, to name but a few. This year, I was also asked to represent the party at African Liberals Network in Ouagadougou, Burkina Faso. I am a hard worker, and even whilst in this role, I have managed to acquire 2 diplomas and a master's degree, while also being a star DA performer in the Gauteng legislature. Fellow Democrats, 2021 is going to be one of the hardest elections the DA has ever been in. I am tried and I am tested, and I'm asking you to re-elect me for continuation. Hala ala Democratic Alliance, halala.
Good day, Democrats. You matter to me. It does not matter if you're an activist, councillor, member of the legislature, or parliament. No matter which part of the country you live in, the Karoo, Namaqualand, Utukelo, Bishu, Naisna, your voice matters. Our party is diverse, and it is through our diversity that we derive our strength. Every person within the party has their strengths, and they must be recognized. I believe that we must lend an ear to every member of the party, whether you are an activist, a councillor, or an election specialist, whether you live in the rural areas or in the city. Your continuous contributions has led to the DA's growth and has shown that we are a resilient party that has overcome many hurdles. We are the generator of an effective and viable solutions to effectively govern South Africa. This we have proven in our municipalities and metros. I have played a part in the growth of the DA for 23 years as an activist, a councillor, a member of both the NA and the legislature, FedEx, and many other positions. I was elected the Limpopo leader in 2012 and was proud when our province won the Province of the Year in 2018 as a team. My extensive experience over the last 20 years has helped me to lead, make difficult and very strategic decisions. The future of politics is one of coalitions, and the DA is positioning itself to be the majority shareholder of the moderate middle. We have succeeded in keeping our coalitions together in Limpopo with both the EFF and the ANC. This has proven that my extensive experience, leadership, and support has been successful thus far. I take pride in my organizational skills and remain hugely passionate about the DA. Whether we are doing door-to-doors, marches, petitions, I will be there to support every structure of the party. I know that united and together, we are stronger. Baie dankie aan almal vir julle toegewyde en harde werk. Sonder julle sou die DA nie vandag in 'n posisie van regering gewees het, asook die effektiewe oppositie wat wys dat die DA die enigste alternatief is. Rikolua, Kavurimisele, Lavo, Hau Fatu Lihoro Lashu La Democratic Alliance. I thank you for your support.
Thank you. On behalf of Congress, may I thank all our candidates for their democratic contestation. That's how we do it in the DA. Delegates, voting will now commence. I repeat, the Open Vote platform is now open. Home delegates, please begin voting on your home devices. Hybrid venue voters, please proceed to your designated laptop as indicated by your Deputy Presiding Officer and commence voting. Thank you. Voting will close at 5 p.m. sharp. I repeat, voting will close at 5 p.m. I now hand back to the studio.
Democrats, there you have it. We've heard from our different candidates. They've given us their offer for the future of the DA. Now it's time to make up your mind. The ball is in your court.
The Open Vote voting is now open. If you need any assistance, use the voting helpline at the bottom of your screen. The Congress Hub is really buzzing. Don't go away. We'll be back.
Our sincerest condolences go out to the friends and families of our past Democrats. These are people who dedicated their lives and their time towards ensuring that there's a better future for all. Now the baton has been passed over to us. We have a responsibility to ensuring that there is real hope, there's real change now.
The constitutional amendment process will now get underway, and we cross to Kevin Milam at the Congress Hub to take us through that process.
Fellow Democrats, we are now moving to constituency amendments. Kevin Milam is our chairperson for Constitutional Review. He and his team have put in many hours preparing for this day. On behalf of the DA, I want to thank him for it. Over to you, Kevin.
Thanks, Philway. Good afternoon, Democrats. We now come to the part of the program I know that everyone is most excited for. I know you're all sitting on the edge of your seats as we get stuck into the constitutional amendments. Now, an enormous amount of work has gone into making sure that all inputs have been considered and that the proposed amendments comply with the requirements of the Constitution. In this regard, I have to express my deepest thanks to the Constitutional Review Committee, James Self, Bridget Masango, Glynis Breitenbach, Hanif Hussein, Debbie Schaefer, and Werner Horn for the incredible amount of work they have done. In addition, we've had the support of some fantastic staff members, Marius Victor, Adrian Frith, Lisa Walser, and Barney Kruger, as well as a number of others who have managed the behind-the-scenes operation that has permitted us to gather all the info, put it into a usable format, and make sure that it got out to all the delegates on time. I'd like to quickly run through the process followed in getting here today. We opened 2 window periods for people to submit amendments to the Constitution, in May and in August. We called for comments and alternative formulations in September, and then worked with the proposers of the original amendments and those proposing alternative formulations to see if we could reach consensus on a wording that we could put to Congress. At the end of September, all the amendments and the one alternative formulation remaining were distributed to the provinces. We opened a window period for people to register as speakers to the amendments, and many did. This closed in the second week of October. Simultaneously, we called for comments on the final amendments and closed that window on the 20th of October. Those comments are the ones you see in your delegate pack. They were also distributed to provinces and delegates on Saturday, 24 October. Now, please note that only those people who have registered as speakers will be permitted to talk to constitutional amendments, and I have the list of names here in front of me. If you have not been contacted, you are not on the speakers list. In terms of speaking time, proposers will get 2 minutes, seconders will get 1 minute, and all other contributing speakers will get 45 seconds. The system is set up to cut you off automatically when your time is up, so please be brief and to the point. It is important to note that we will not be taking hands or allowing general debate on amendments. Only those who registered to speak will be permitted to do so. You may, however, discuss them freely in the Zoom chat function. We ask that you remain respectful of each other and maintain an appropriate decorum in your interaction. Please follow the rules, which will be posted in the chat from time to time. In the hybrid venues, you will be able to participate in the chats and submit your inputs by sending a message via WhatsApp or SMS to the number displayed in the venue. Please insert your province code and your name before your message. No anonymous messages will be posted. As during the dry run, we will be voting in batches of 2 or 3 amendments at a time. So please make sure you know what you are voting for. The constitutional amendments document that was distributed to all delegates contains the actual amendment, the Constitutional Review Committee recommendation, and any comments received on that amendment. We will also put the amendment on the screen while it is being debated. On the slide on screen, you will see either a green tick if the committee recommends supporting the amendment, or a red cross if it recommends not supporting it. I strongly recommend that while each amendment is being discussed, you record your personal opinion either in the printed booklet or on a piece of paper as to whether you support it or not, so that when it comes time to vote, you know how you are going to vote. For those of you in hybrid venues, you will vote on each amendment by showing your green card if you support the amendment, your red card if you do not support the amendment, and your yellow card if you wish to abstain. Those of you on Zoom will vote when the poll appears on your screen. Please make sure to vote on all the amendments that are listed on the poll. You may need to scroll down to see them, as you will not be able to submit your vote until you have voted for all of them. Furthermore, as per clause 6.1.7 of the Constitution, amendments to the party's values, principles, and program of action require 80% of registered delegates to vote in favour of the amendment in order for it to be adopted. This applies to amendments 1 through 5. All the other amendments require 2/3 support of those present and voting, and that's per clause 13.1 of the Federal Constitution. I will monitor these requirements and report where they are not achieved. So with that said, let's get on with the constitutional amendments. Amendment number 1 amends clause 1.2 of the Constitution, the party values. It reads, "We stand together with all South Africans who share a community of values embodied by these words, freedom, fairness, opportunity, diversity," and then inserts the words stewardship and sustainability. It is proposed by Travis Legoff, who is joining us from a hybrid venue at the Cape Town Civic Centre. Travis, are you there?
Fellow Democrats, at our last Congress, you adopted the additional value of diversity into our Constitution. Today, you are presented with the unique opportunity to once again consider how we might lead our party forward, to answer the question we keep having to ask ourselves about who we are and what we want to become. Like many of you, I'm certain that if we keep doing things the same old way we always have, we will keep getting the same unsustainable results. We need a far more dynamic vision to inform how this party views our rapidly changing world, to ensure that the nature in which we approach the broadest vision of our party and country can endure and go on, and that the things we do and the way we do them will survive for many generations to come. That what we do is sustainable for now and forever. Our first duty to our party and our country is one of service. That is our most solemn task. That is why this party exists. We are not here to prevail as rulers or tyrants over our people, but to serve them with humility and dignity, to care for our colleagues and citizens with an attitude of human empathy, dignity, and custodianship over that which is under our care and which falls within the bounds of our responsibility. And this is the choice we are making. Do we want to leave this world better than the state in which we found it? This is stewardship. This is who we can become today. I believe in many ways we already exhibit and hold true to these broadly fundamental values, values that are not foreign to any of us, the things that make life possible and worth living. But they will not mean much if we don't match them and make them our own. We can today decide together to show South Africa that we are a party that well and truly cares. That is the choice that you are making.
Thank you, Travis. This motion is seconded by Malcolm de Klerk from Gauteng. He's joining us from the online platform. Let's cross to him now.
Good day, Congress delegates. I, Malcolm de Klerk, support and second this amendment. The fundamental values of the party, freedom, fairness, opportunity, and diversity, is something we can all attest to as members of our great party. Sustainability and stewardship are the culmination of these values, a way of making our values have structure. While the present matrix of values is good, they do not speak the question of how we govern and the way we do it. This is a critical deficiency in our matrix of values, as it is exactly these two values which set the DA apart from other political parties. Yet, We do not define them or lend them the gravity they deserve. I call on delegates to see the importance of value clarity and to make them more tangible to you and me. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Malcolm. Our first contributing speaker is Hannah Shamima Winkler from KwaZulu-Natal, and she's at the hybrid venue at the Tropicana Hotel. Go ahead, Hannah.
Thank you, Democrats. Our world is in crisis. Climate change, the sixth mass extinction, and so much unnecessary suffering. We need real change and real hope, and we need it now. This is why I implore every delegate to please support this constitutional amendment. Our values are who we are as the DA. They speak to the how of how we govern, where we govern. Sustainability and stewardship are so important for growth and for the flourishing of our communities. Care, humanity, empathy, future-mindedness. This is the DA difference. So let us entrench it in our Constitution. Thank you.
Thanks, Hannah. We now cross to Rob Quintus from the Western Cape. He's at the Cape Town Civic Centre. Your inputs, Rob.
Lala Democrats. Stewardship is an ethos speaking to how we as people, and more so in leadership and in government, care for our communities and our economic and social well-being, and the environment and world that we live in. Our Constitution speaks to the values or worldview of good governance. Sustainability is key to how we govern, how we view the economy, finances, industries, and importantly, the environment. As the DA, we need to acknowledge and celebrate that we are the only party that can take on the role of stewards of South Africa and who with care can lead and govern in a values-based and nurturing manner. It is in this context that I ask this Congress.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Sustainability
Please
as additional
conclude.
party values.
Thanks, Rob. Our next contributing speaker is Malcolm Mafala from Gauteng, and he's joining us online. Malcolm, let's hear what you have to say.
Thank you, Kevin. Kevin, I really do support the value of stewardship and sustainability. However, the only contentious issue I have with this proposal is that do we really need it in the Constitution, to be embedded in the Constitution? I think it will do great as part of a policy direction. One of the reasons why I feel so is that if you look at the words freedom, fairness, opportunity, and diversity are already easy to remember, they're easy to follow. And when we add stewardship and sustainability, it might actually be too cluttered. Our slogan might be a little bit too cluttered. So I would suggest that we have a policy stance on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Malcolm. Our next contributing speaker is Foyoyo Maseko from Mpumalanga, and he's joining us from the hybrid venue at Event City in Middelburg. Your inputs, Foyoyo.
Hello, Democrats. I would love to support the committee recommendations. Thank you.
Foyoyo. Our fifth contributing speaker is Amelia Bester from Gauteng. She's at a hybrid venue at Marks Park in Randburg. Your comments, please, Amelia.
Good day, delegates. My name is Amelia, and I support the inclusion of sustainability as core value within our Constitution. Over the past 4 years, I've seen the devastating effects of governance, with sustainability as an afterthought in the ward I represent. The effects range from localized flooding to rising underground water, a compost site burning for weeks on end, illegal dumping spiraling out of control, intolerance to wildlife in the built environment, and the mass invasion of green spaces. The time to vote for sustainability is now. We count on your support.
Thank you very much, Amelia. And the last person speaking on this amendment is Ashwell Sarapin from Gauteng, and he is joining us online. We now give the floor to you, Ashwell.
In 2016 and 2019, when we adopted our values charters and amended them, it was as a result of canvassing across the party with presentations to every single branch. And I had meetings with every single one of my branches with materials from the party so that we could analyze them and look at every single unintended consequence of those amendments. And changing values is something quite fundamental to the party. I don't think that we've had such a process here. It's not been properly considered, and it risks turning the party into a niche party for some issues, not a party for all. I agree with the Constitutional Review Committee's findings that we should reject this, and I urge all delegates to vote against it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ashel. That concludes the speakers list on Amendment 1. I'd now like to give you the committee's recommendation on this. We see values as deeply held fundamental issues that should not be changed or altered without significant consideration, consultation, and debate. They also need to be detailed and unpacked so that there's no confusion amongst members. The committee believes that at this time it would be better suited to a policy debate rather than a constitutional amendment. With that said, we are now going to move on to Amendment 2, which amends Clause 1.3.11 of the party principles. It changes the word ruling party to governing party, and that has been proposed by John Steenhuisen. You're up, John.
Great. Thank you, Kevin, and great to be with you today, delegates across the country. I think this corrects a bad use of words in our particular constitution, in that we are a constitutional democracy and therefore we are governed, not ruled. Governance, good governance particularly, is at the hallmark of our offer to South Africa, and I believe that it is necessary for us to correct this. This is not a kingdom or some form of hereditary situation or an era where we have a totalitarian dictatorship. Therefore, it is essential, I believe, that we substitute ruling party with the term governing party, which I think will give effect to our commitment to a constitutional democracy. Thank you, Kevin.
Thanks very much, John. The motion or the amendment is seconded by Jane Satoli from Mpumalanga. She's joining us from the hybrid venue of Event City in Middelburg. What can you tell us, Jane?
Thank you very much, Kevin. I stand to support this amendment because we are a democracy, and the way the ruling puts us in a place where it sounds like an autocracy. So by being governed, it strengthens our democracy and the power that the governing party comes with. So I support that we use the word govern and not rule. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jane. And the last person speaking on this item is Dean McPherson from KwaZulu-Natal. He's joining us also from the Tropicana Hotel in Durban. Let's cross to him now.
Democrats, Kevin, thank you very much. I want to associate myself with this amendment. I think it's important that we continue to deepen and entrench constitutionalism in South Africa. We have no rulers in this country. We're a country that is governed by a constitutional democracy, and therefore I think that it is time that we refer to the party that is in charge as the governing party rather than the ruling party. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dean. The Constitutional Review Committee recommends supporting this amendment on the basis that South Africa is a democracy and the party in power governs, it does not rule. With that said, we are now going to move over to voting for Amendments 1 and 2. We will take a little bit of time to process the vote, so I ask you just to be patient with us. You will see on the screen the time remaining for the votes and the processing. So let's bring up the polls. Democrats, thank you for your patience. It should speed up as we get into the process. I can give you the results on Amendment 1 and Amendment 2. Unfortunately, both of these amendments failed to pass. Amendment 1 received 16.67% in favour, and Amendment 2 received 59.13% in favour. That, as I told you earlier, is insufficient to meet the 80% required to pass amendments to Chapter 1 of the Constitution. Colleagues, I'd also like to remind you that the chat is open, and I'm very pleased to see that it is rather active. Just to let you know that when you post in the chat, please select the pull down for all panelists and attendees. Otherwise, it will not go to the entire chat community. It will only go to those people who are registered as panelists. We're now going to move on with Amendment 3. This amends Clause 1.3.15, which talks to the party principles. It has been proposed by John Steenhuisen and seconded by Jane Sithole. And it talks to the progressive realization of access to, and the words that are inserted here are quality education, housing, health services, and social security for all people who are unable to help themselves. John, are you there?
Thanks very much, Kevin, and good day, Democrats. Education lies at the heart of transforming and growing our society. The quality of education that our learners currently receive in large parts of South Africa are completely insufficient to enable them to compete in the current economy, never mind the economy to come. Education has been widely recognized as one of the first and most fundamental rungs on the ladder of opportunity. And that once you're able to get many, many more young people onto that first rung of a quality education, it has a knock-on effect on ensuring that they are able to climb the other opportunity rungs on the opportunity ladder. Of course, we agree that with some of the comments that we made by your team, Kevin. However, like most other things in South Africa, what is spoken about doesn't actually come into fruition. So while we talk about, as you say, housing, health services, etc., we know that this is not a right that is being experienced by many, many South Africans around the country. If we want to get our economy moving and get the economic growth going, we need a well-educated population who are able to fuel that growth and to sustain that growth in the longer term. That's going to have to mean that we focus far more on education. I believe if we are going to put the ladder of opportunity out there for many, many more of our citizens, particularly the 30 million South Africans who live in poverty, locked out of opportunity, I think that we've got to make sure that getting as many people as possible onto that first run should be our primary concern. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. The seconder of this amendment is Jane Sithole from Mpumalanga, and she's joining us from Event City in Middelburg. You're up, Jane.
Thank you, Kevin. I stand to second this amendment. Mere access to education is not enough. Hence, the focus is on quality. Quality education will enable our learners and people to have education that they can use, because the quality of education that you receive also determine the opportunities and the doors that will open for you in future. So the quality of education that our learners receive will allow them to compete in world stages and to compete with other countries as well. It's not only just education that people must have access to, but the quality does matter very much. So I do stand to request Congress to support this amendment that we allow for quality education, not just education. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jane. The first contributing speaker on this item is Golden Madwana from Gauteng, and he's joining us from the online platform. Let's hear what you've got, Golden. Could I please ask that the speakers unmute themselves when they go on screen? We were unable to hear Golden there. Are we going to go back to Golden? Let's go back there.
Thanks very much, Kevin. Dear Congress, I'm in support of this proposed amendment with the contrast between the access to basic education and further education. The point is the right to a further education is qualified by the additional statement that the state must take reasonable measures to make a further education progressively available and accessible. By contrast, the right to a basic education does not have an additional wording, so it is unqualified. So I'm supporting this proposed amendment. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Golden. The next speaker is Dean McPherson from KwaZulu-Natal. He's at the Tropicana Hotel. Let's cross to him now.
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, delegates. Jane Sotoli is 100% correct. Just having access to education is not sufficient enough. We cannot agree that just because you have access to education in a mud hut school, which still exists in this country, is sufficient. I think as a political party, we must be striving to deal with the issue of the quality of education that our students get. Because if we want to fix South Africa, we have to start with education. We have some of the most unequal education standards in the world. And I think that as a party that wants to fix South Africa, that wants to give young people an opportunity in life, I think that we as a political party should be striving to deal with the quality of education that our children get, and that in doing so that we give them better opportunities in life to further themselves and better their circumstances. So I would ask that you support that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dean. And the last speaker on this amendment is Pogiso Mtemunye from Gauteng. He's joining us on Zoom. Pogiso, you have the floor.
Thank you, Kevin, and greetings to Congress delegates. Today's education is tomorrow's economy, and understanding the state of our economy now, you can understand that it is partly based on the poor economy of the poor education of the past that has caused the economy to have people that are unproductive, not able to do a lot of good things for themselves. So if we're serious about building a prosperous economy in this country in the future, it is crucial that we give people an education that is of a reasonable standard, that continues to evolve and allows us as a country to be competitive in future. It is absolutely imperative that we ensure the content is sufficient, is at a standard that really can enable us to be a better country tomorrow. So it is crucial for Congress delegates to support this part of the amendments. Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you very much, Pogiso. The Constitutional Review Committee recommends not supporting this amendment on the following grounds. Party Principle 1.3.18 already promotes access to education. However, the South African Constitutional Court has upheld that there is not a progressive realization to access to basic education. It is an immediately realizable right for all citizens. So this would make it a progressively realizable right, and we cannot support that. I'm now going to move to amendment number 4. And this has been proposed by John Steenhuisen and seconded by Jane Sotoli. It also amends the party principles, and it inserts a new clause, 1.3.19, which proposes that we have as a party principle a corruption-free, transparent, and accountable government. I'm now going to cross to John Steenhuisen at the Tropicana Hotel in Durban. John, go ahead.
Thank you, Kevin, and thanks again, delegates. I think that we've seen over the course of the last decade how South Africa has been absolutely ravaged by a terrible state of corruption and maladministration. Whether it was the Nkandla, whether it was the arms deal, whether it was Sarafina, whether it was the latest revelations that have come out around Bosasa, as well as what is emerging from the Zondo Commission, shows very clearly that we've got a corruption problem in South Africa. Corruption hurts the poorest the most. When money is stolen, as we've seen during this COVID crisis, and diverted into the back pockets of politicians, it's the poor that go without oxygen, without field hospitals, and without a fighting chance against a virus. Building a capable state has to be premised on the fact that that state is corruption-free and does not abuse public money to enrich politicians. I think in the current climate that we see of state capture, of what's emerging from the Zondo Commission, that a party like ours should fundamentally commit to ensuring that we have a corruption-free, transparent, and accountable government as one of our party principles. Thank you very much, delegates.
Thank you very much, John. This is seconded, as I said, by Jane Sitole from Mpumalanga, and we're going to cross directly to her at Event City in Middelburg. Go ahead, Jane.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Corruption has robbed our country of its potential. I'm sure everyone has seen the effects of what corruption can do to a country. Without people being held accountable for their actions when it comes to corruption, we are not going anywhere. A corrupt-free, transparent, and accountable government is exactly what is required to move South Africa forward again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jane. There are no contributing speakers to this amendment. I'd like to remind you that amendments 1 through 5 require 80% of registered delegates to support. If we do not reach 80% supporting that amendment, it cannot be adopted and included in the Constitution. I'm now going to open the polls for amendments 3 and 4. And again, please be patient while we go through the voting. Thank you very much, colleagues. I can now give you the results on Amendment 3 and Amendment 4. For Amendment 3, 40.76 voted in favour, and thus that amendment does not pass. For Amendment 4, 62.61% voted in favour, and again, that amendment does not pass. Now, there have been some queries on the chat, and I'd like to point out that this is a percentage of registered delegates. In other words, it's out of all delegates that are registered for Congress. It's not those who are voting, it is all delegates who are registered for Congress. That is the requirement of 6.1.7 of the Constitution. With that, let's move on to Amendment 5. Now, Amendment 5 has an alternative formulation, and so we're going to be dealing with it slightly differently from all the other amendments. We will first hear the original amendment and all the contributing speakers on the matter. Then we will hear from the proposer of the alternative formulation and any contributing speakers who are talking to the alternative. We will then vote on whether we, as Congress, want to amend the original proposal or if we want to leave it as is. And thereafter, we will vote to adopt either the amended formulation or the original formulation, depending on the outcome of the first vote. So, Amendment 5 has been proposed by Travis Le Goff and Malcolm de Klerk. It seeks to amend 1.4.4 of the Constitution, which is our program of action. I'm not going to read the full amendment because it is lengthy. And so I'm now going to hand over to Travis to propose his amendment. Travis, the floor is yours. Okay, we seem to have a difficulty getting hold of Travis. We're going to move on to the seconder of that motion, which is Malcolm de Klerk. He's from Gauteng and he's joining us online. Malcolm, are you ready?
I am, thank you. Thanks, Kevin. Good day, Congress delegates. I, Malcolm de Klerk, second and support this amendment. This amendment is but a rally cry to do the thing that is required, being brave and enhancing the party's offering to another strategic voting market, the young and environmentally aware voter that will require us to have an environmentally sound standard. While they are specific, they are not prescriptive and they are not inflexible. They are not policies, as they do not prescribe how to do them either. They just state the parameters or the limits we should not go beyond in these approaches. A liberal country of New Zealand has adopted the very things mentioned here. Let us set the pace to continue being a world-class party. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Malcolm. Our first contributing speaker is Hannah Shamima Winkler from KwaZulu-Natal, and she's at the Tropicana Hotel. Your comments, please, Hannah.
Thank you, Democrats. I'm the DA Shadow Deputy Minister of Environmental Affairs, Forestry and Fisheries, and I support this amendment. A program of action is a detailed plan that seeks to address and ensure that the climate and environmental crisis are adequately dealt with the same severity and gravitas that they deserve. It needs to be specific because our approach needs to be urgent. We are facing the greatest existential crisis of our generation. And if we do not take this seriously, it is not only the environment that suffers, it is our people, it is our planet, it is our economy. So I implore all delegates, please support this amendment.
Thank you very much, Hannah. The next speaker is Ayanda Ringani from the Western Cape. She's online. You have 45 seconds, Ayanda.
Hello, fellow Democrat. How are you? My name is Ayanda Ringane. I'm a DA activist. The policy of a program of action is about the environment and how the DA operate in it. Also talk about the public representative and the activists on the area, how to involve themselves in order to do everything that to show that the DA is strong in the community. That is totally that. It is based on the climate change and the performance of the DA. But if you know that we are working very hard in our areas, that we are availing ourselves, that we are living under the program of action. I support this amendment.
Thank you very much, Ayanda. The next speaker is Nicole Graham. She's joining us from the Tropicana Hotel in Durban. What can you tell us, Nicole?
Hi, everyone. So I believe that it's important that we put environmental issues as part of our program of action, but I don't think it's appropriate to put them in the constitution of our party. As a party, we have a way of formulating policy, and that includes input from various stakeholders and various experts. I think at its core, this resolution binds the party to something that has not been thoroughly workshopped in a way that it should be, and binds the party to something very, very specific. I don't think the party should be doing that, and we should rather be formulating policies that seek what we want to achieve rather than altering our constitution in such a fundamental way. So I don't support this constitutional amendment.
Thank you very much, Nicole. The last contributing speaker is Ashel Sarapin, and then we will go over to the proposer, Travis Legoff. We've sorted out his technical issue. So, Ashel, let's hear what you've got.
Thanks, Kevin. So these amendments are actually policy goals, and policy goals don't belong in a constitution. They need to be workshopped as part of an environmental policy. This would bind our policy architecture to something completely inflexible, and amendments aren't principles. And what we have as a principle is the conservation of the environment. That's already written into our constitution. I think the proposers would be better placed to help the party refine its environmental policies with these goals, rather than try to put them into a constitution, where we need to have maximum flexibility to be able to adopt such things as information changes and as we learn more about what we're dealing with.
Sure. I'm told that Travis Legoff from the Western Cape is back with us. So, Travis, over to you.
Fellow Democrats, at the beginning of this year, few of us could have imagined an existential threat would emerge and leave us in the midst of a global pandemic, which has reached every single corner of our world and disrupted our lives in fundamental ways. This reality has brought into sharp focus the interconnectedness of human societies and underlined the undeniable truth that we as human beings are at the mercy of the incredibly powerful forces of the world we inhabit. That we are dependent on the continued viability of our natural world, and that each of us, though we are individuals, has a collective and shared common destiny as humankind, which we are bound to by the fact that we share this planet with all other life on it. The truth I'm here to tell you today is that our world is in grave trouble. We are destabilizing the very systems that support and enable life. And much of this is owed to the fact that we have seemingly forgotten that we are a part of the natural world and not separate to it. That for us to endure and thrive as a society, nature must survive and endure too. Today, I'm speaking to you from Cape Town, a city which not very long ago was beset by the climate and change-induced day zero water crisis. The science tells us that many more day zeros and pandemics are coming. There are big existential threats that are now bearing down upon us. How bad they will become, though, is up to us. So this is the question that we are faced with. It is not a question of policy, as some might like you to believe. These amendments were reviewed by a constitutional lawyer, and they can comfortably coexist within the ecosystem of our constitution if we but find the courage to commit to them. They are completely implementable. As politicians, we have a fundamental obligation to ensure we provide permanent protection to that which enables life on Earth. So the choice you are faced with today is between greater evolution or extinction, to rise to the great moral crisis of our time. So I'm asking you to be bold, to be brave, and I pray that you will look within your hearts to find the moral and ethical bravery to protect that which matters most to each
Your
and every
time
one of
is
us.
up. Please conclude.
Thank you very much, Travis. I'm now going to ask the alternative formulation to be put. This has been proposed by Clive Napier from Gauteng. He's joining us from online. And this proposes moving the intent of the original amendment into our party principles at 1.3.16 and expanding and amending 1.3.16 to include the words that are there on your screen. So with that, I'm going to hand over to Clive. Are you there, Clive?
Yes, good afternoon. Good afternoon to all delegates. I don't think one can question the intent behind this, the original amendment. Environment is a critically important issue that we all need to be giving attention to. But to include an amendment of this nature in a set of party principles, I don't think it quite fits. There is a lot more that one should perhaps be saying about the environment. One should perhaps be, we should as a party be developing a very, very comprehensive document on the environment. So I can't support it as a party principle as set out at present. I do think we need to shorten it. And as is suggested here, add the to what exists at the moment, the establishment of and the commitment to net zero carbon emission targets, a commitment to international accords on climate change, and the pursuit of the highest levels of environmental sustainability. So I think that is all we can fit into a policy document. The rest needs to be set out in that's all we can fit into a constitution. The rest needs to be set out in a comprehensive policy document. So I propose accordingly that we accept the amendment as proposed here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Clive. I have no contributing speakers registered for the alternative formulation. So what's now going to happen is we are going to vote on the alternative formulation first. This is to determine whether Congress wishes to amend the original proposal by firstly moving it to the party principles at 1.3.16 and secondly rewording it as specified in the alternative formulation. Just to clarify the committee's position on this, we support the alternative formulation. What will happen is we will put this to a simple majority vote of Congress as to whether we wish to amend the original formulation. If you wish to amend the formulation, we will then put the amended formulation. If not, we will put the original formulation. And with that, I'm going to open the voting. Thank you very much. We are now prepared to give you a result on the alternative formulation as to whether or not we accept the amendment to the original formulation. 85.06% voted in favor of amending the original formulation. So the original formulation therefore falls away, and we will now vote on whether Congress adopts the alternative formulation. I'm now going to open the polls for the adoption of Amendment 5A, which now becomes Amendment 5. colleagues, I now have a result on the adoption of the amended formulation of Amendment 5. We received 55.27% support, which is insufficient to meet the requirement to carry that through. I do need to explain that in terms of 6.1.7 of the Federal Constitution, we require 80% of the entire Congress registered delegates in order to make a change to our values and principles, our program of action. And we did not reach that level of support. So we cannot, on amendments 1 through 5, pass those amendments. On the rest of the amendments, there is a different requirement, and that is in terms of 13.1 of the Constitution. We require 2/3 of those present and voting, and we will be using that measure going forward for the remainder of the constitutional amendments. I'd request that you please bear with us and please encourage your colleagues to vote, to participate, because it's important that everyone takes this seriously, that we consider these amendments very, very seriously, and that we move forward in a positive manner. I can also confirm that we do have a quorum for the entire period that we've conducted so far. We are now going to move on to Amendment 6, which has been proposed by Tim Brauterseth. Amendment 6 seeks to amend Clause 2.3.2.3 of the Federal Constitution, and it talks to early and distance voting and procedures required for that. So with that, I'm going to call on Tim Brauterseth to propose the motion. Tim, you're up.
Thank you, Kevin. Kevin, this amendment is self-explanatory. It speaks to a new environment that we're all in now, in that we are often meeting on virtual platforms as we are today, and that early voting and distance voting, i.e. virtual voting, is now a reality of our lives and maybe for some time into the future. And it just allows the Federal Council the opportunity to draft a set of rules relating to voting on virtual platforms and also early platforms. That's as simple as the amendment is. I just think it's a simple, common sense amendment given the environment we have now moved into. Thank you very much, Kevin.
Thank you, Tim. The only speaker I have on my list is Ashur Sarapin from Gauteng, and he's online. Ashur, go ahead.
Yes, I think that with the previous formulation said that the Federal Council may prescribe. I think that the must prescription is necessary, and it will. The Federal Council, for example, has prescribed the voting system for this particular Congress and the distance rules. And I think that going forward, as Tim said, it is essential because we don't know how much longer the world is going to have to work like this. So I concur with this one. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ashur. As indicated on the slide, the Constitutional Review Committee recommends supporting this amendment. We're now going to move on to Amendment 7. This has been proposed by Beka Ntuli and seconded by Nomfundo Kuboni. And this seeks to amend Clause 2.3.3 of the Constitution, which is the voting system for elected positions. Beka is joining us from KwaZulu-Natal, and he is online. Beka, are you there?
Thanks, Chair. Yes, I'm here. Kevin, can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Yes. I have proposed this amendment to seek the change in the voting systems that we are currently using. The Federal Constitution is the main legal statute of the party and can only be amended once in 3 to 4 years. Therefore, it's only wise to keep it flexible yet legally clear as to what happens, how it happens, and who is responsible for such action. That is why we need to be clear as well as in this part. By amending the constitution in this part, we would be left with a constitution that will allow the Federal Council more flexibility in determining the type of voting system to be utilized by the party in its election procedures. We need to move to an age where all internal elections use type of voting systems that truly reflect the will of the voters, both in a multi-seat situation and a single-seat situation. In the current form of the Constitution, only proportional perspective is covered, meaning only multi-seat is covered, but not the single seat, which should be, in sense, be a one candidate, one vote. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Becca. The seconder on this motion is Nomfundo Kubone, and she's joining us from KwaZulu-Natal from the Tropicana Hotel in Durban. Nomfundo, go ahead.
Thank you, Kevin. Good afternoon, Democrats. I rise to second this amendment. This will give Federal Council space to determine the method of voting we use when our party holds its internal elections. It is time to be able to vote directly for the person of your choice rather than ranking all delegates. If this amendment is supported by Congress, it will open a way for hopefully a one-man, one-vote system in the future. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Nomfundo. Our first contributing speaker is Hlanganani Gumbi, also from KwaZulu-Natal. He's online. Hlanganani, you've got 45 seconds.
Thank you very much, and hi to all the delegates. So I would urge all delegates to please support this resolution, this amendment, because what it does, it also not only allows us to, on the one hand, yes, use STV, but where it's not appropriate to not use it. And we know that sometimes the STV system can become a bit complex, especially in certain areas where they're not used to using our voting system. And so it gives that flexibility. And I'm very happy and grateful that the Constitutional Review Committee also supports this and allows for this flexibility. Thank you very much. Please support the amendments.
Thank you, Hlanganani. The next contributing speaker is Foyoyo Maseko from Mpumalanga. He's at Event City in Middleburg. Foyoyo, the floor is yours.
Greetings to all of you Democrats and delegates. I support this amendment because this system will create a uniform approach and as well as giving a clear direction as to how internal voting should be conducted. Thank you.
Thank you, Foyoyo. Contributing speaker number 3 is Sheila Camera from the Western Cape. She's joining us from the Cape Town Civic Centre. Sheila, your inputs, please.
Hi, Kevin, and good afternoon, delegates. Actually, I'm a virtual delegate. I'm not at the Civic Centre. I'm delighted to support this amendment, as I believe that the previous insistence on a proportional voting system was really too prescriptive. As previous speakers have said, for example, virtual voting has become the new normal for 2020. It makes sense to give the powers that be in the party more flexibility on good cause shown. So that's an important aspect which has been retained, and also with this usual safeguards. So I feel this is a sensible amendment in our time.
Thank you very much, Sheila. The last speaker on this item is Ashel Sarapin from Gauteng. He's online. Ashel, go ahead.
I've been covered by Sheila Camera. Thank you very much.
Ashel, as indicated on the slide, the Constitutional Review Committee recommends supporting this amendment on the basis that it gives the Federal Council more flexibility in determining the voting system to be utilized by the party in its election processes. We're now going to move on to Amendment 8. That has been proposed by Jared Nair and seconded by Tim Broughtiseth. Jared is not joining us today, but Amendment 8 seeks to amend Clause 2.5.4.1 by inserting the words values and principles. In other words, it's misconduct if you publicly oppose the party's values and principles. I'm going to first cross to Tim Browterseth. He's online from KwaZulu-Natal. Tim, what do you have to say?
Thank you, Kevin, and thank you for the committee's support on this amendment. Once again, very self-explanatory. Democrats, we hold our principles very dear, and they are in our standard code of conduct. But what is not there at the moment is our values too, our values of freedom, fairness, opportunity, and diversity. And I'm sure we'd all agree that if any of our members opposes any of those fundamental values that bind us as a party, that would be unacceptable. So this amendment seeks simply to include values and principles and the support thereof in the standard code of conduct for all members, so that we are all bound by those principles. Thank you very much, Chair. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Tim. As indicated on the slide, the Constitutional Review Committee recommends supporting Amendment 8 because opposing the party's values is as detrimental to its electoral prospects as opposing its principles. With that, we are going to go to the vote. But before we do so, I just want to give out the help numbers for if you are having difficulty. So these are for Zoom voters. SMS 081 531 9108. If you are on WhatsApp, you can WhatsApp 061 374 9769. Please make sure that those are text-only WhatsApps. Do not send voice notes. And if you wish to call, the number is 010 020 6043. And with that, I'm going to open the poll. Welcome back, delegates. I can now give you the results of the amendments 6, 7, and 8. Amendment 6, 88.45% voted in favour. That amendment is carried. Amendment 7, 88.86% voted in favour, and that amendment is carried. And Amendment 8, 87.57% voted in favour, and that amendment is also carried. We are now going to move to Amendment 9. This has been proposed by Tim Brauterseth and seconded by Mel Brauterseth. It talks to Clause 2.5.4.16, which is Standards of Conduct of Party Members. I'm now going to ask Tim Brauterseth, who's in KwaZulu-Natal, he's online, to give us his inputs. Tim, go ahead.
Thank you, Kevin. This amendment, Democrats, speaks to experience as a provincial disciplinary chair and the fact that we have a difficulty sometimes with, I'm sure we all agree that statements on social media by our members sometimes is extremely damaging to the party. Unfortunately, our current social media policy is very vague and not very specific as to what kinds of comment is not allowed and is prohibited, and often leaves panels with a problem in terms of affecting discipline, in terms of message discipline, and also in terms of comments that are detrimental and damaging to the party. So this particular amendment simply seeks to try and firm that up, to provide specific categories of comment which would be against our values and principles, if you will, and which would seek to protect the party. I know it's created a bit of a fuss and that some are concerned that it is too vague, but our current policy is equally vague. And I believe that if we want to make a definitive move towards not limiting freedom of speech, but also recognizing that as members, we have a duty to look after the image of the party and a duty to filter our comments in a responsible manner. And so therefore I ask Democrats to support the amendment. Thank you.
And we're now crossing to Mel Brauterseth, also from KZN, and she's also online. Mel, your inputs, please.
I think more than the bigger part of this amendment will have accountability, though not specific, but would be coming out to begin to be spent a lot of our mentally for general and parties that and that are actually whole films. So what we should have is perhaps look at a basic process, actually look at rather instead looking at social media policy and then perhaps make it to be more specific. Thank you.
Thank you, Daly. Our next speaker is Dean McPherson. He's at the Tropicana Hotel in Durban. Dean, what do you have to say?
Thanks, Kevin. Members, delegates, I really want to strongly oppose this recommendation. If we think that the FLC and the provincial disciplinary committees are inundated with work, adopt this and see that double, if not triple. What we don't need is people, running around looking at what comments are insensitive or not, or offensive, or constitutes anything, because it would become purely subjective and would also have the possibility to be used in a vindictive way, just because someone said something that you personally may not like. I think that we must rather be a party that picks up the phone if we have issues with one another or something that has been said that we don't like. But I want to oppose this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dean. Up next, we have Benedicta van Minnen from the Western Cape. She's at the Cape Town Civic Centre. Benedicta, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I also want to oppose this, whereas I think the motivation comes from a good place. It's very much overboard. One also wants to define hate speech very narrowly. And as Dean says, if one passed something like this, insulting nature is so broad that I think the party would find itself engulfed with people being offended by other people. And as a result, I just think the whole thing is far too broadly defined and that we shouldn't accept it. Thanks.
Thank you, Benedicta. Our next speaker is Nicole Graham from KZN. She's at the Tropicana Hotel in Durban. Let's have your inputs, Nicole.
Thank you, Kevin. I think that what should be limited is what harms the interests of the party. And I think when we start to narrow definitions to include words like insensitive and offense, that those are very subjective and very broad and that they can easily be open to abuse. For example, if I call an ANC mayor bloody useless, is that insensitive and is it offensive? It might be to them, but it also might be true, and it's well within my rights to say so. So I believe we need to limit prohibitions to what actually harms the party, allow robust freedom of speech, and not focus on policing people's genuine freedoms.
Thank you, Nicole. The last person speaking on this item is Ashur Sarapin from Gauteng, and he's online. Ashur, over to you.
Thanks, Kevin. The review committee of the party already found that our social media policy was unconstitutional for restricting freedom of speech last year. And this amendment says that if you cause unnecessary offense, you'll be disciplined. I'm sure that sounds fine, but my colleagues in parliament offend the ANC every time they call them corrupt. And the ANC have even litigated against some of my colleagues for causing them such offense by saying that they're corrupt. Now, what will happen is that the ANC will just complain to the DA, even take the DA to court for not disciplining its members in terms of its own constitution when the ANC feel offended. This amendment is very broad, it's not well thought through, and risks destroying our ability to hold the government to account for fear of offending them. So I urge that we vote against it strongly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ashur. As indicated on the slide, the Constitutional Review Committee recommends not supporting this amendment for many of the reasons that have been presented here this morning. So with that, we're going to move on to Amendment 10. This has been proposed by Topolo Mokati and is seconded by Emil Langenhoven. It amends Clause 3.1.1.1, which deals with the criteria for youth membership, and this amendment deals with the upper age limit for youth, proposing that that be amended from 31 to 35. With that, I'm going to hand over to Topolo from the Western Cape. He is online. Topolo, let's cross to you now.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, all due protocol observed. Amendment 10's arguments will deal with three primary issues. Number one, the definition of youth. Number two, the benefit of extending it to 35. And number three, rebuttals as to some of the misconceptions which are brought about by this particular amendment. Now, the National Youth Commission Act 19 of 1996 defines youth between the bracket of 14 and 35. This particular bracket is extended to the African Youth Charter. Now, while there's an argument that says that our view is myopic in our definition, the American definition bears the same definition while splitting them by junior youth, 14 to 24, and senior youth, 25 to 35, albeit having different intricate goals, but having universal difficulties of social and political proportions. Our very own party has a Dear Young Leaders program, which presents the maximum age limit to 35. Extending to 35 benefits the Dear Youth in terms of allowing an age bracket, which becomes politically aware to provide more value to the Dear Youth in terms of knowledge. It also enables us as a youth to speak to a demographic which is acquainted with 35 as the age bracket. The Dear Youth guidelines make it near impossible to create career youth politicians, given that the current cutoff age is 31. Membership is automatically terminated. Creating extended criteria of the social status of someone could exclude an individual who is 21 but is beyond the social status, and this is an argument that is presented by the CRC. Compounded with the fact that it is constitutional within our own constitution to have such social status criteria, and then this makes that particular point not even worth contending or arguing about. I'm very proud to propose this amendment.
Thank you very much, Topolo. The seconder on this item is Emil Langenhoven from the Western Cape. He's online. He has 1 minute. Go ahead, Emil.
Thank you, delegates. The review committee states that a person aged 35 is often married, working with children, and does not fit the profile of youth. Let's break down the facts. In the 2016 census report by Stats SA, only 77% of youth aged 15 to 19 have married. In the same report, in the age group 30 to 34, 80.6% of females have had a child. But if we are to use that criteria to determine youth, we would need to exclude ages 25 to 29, of whom 70.5% of females have had a child. Statista.com reports that in Q1 2020, unemployment rate for 25 to 34 is 37.3%. This was pre-lockdown and has inevitably increased since. The criteria for classifying one as youth is therefore very inaccurate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emil. Our first contributing speaker is Carl Popham from the Western Cape. He's at the Cape Town Civic Centre. You have the floor, Carl.
Thanks so much, Kev, and I'm not going to prolong it longer than it needs to be. The ANC and this broken national government will never be a metric or benchmark for our party to take decisions. This is not a constitutional principle. This is ANC policy and legislation that supports that. As the DA youth, we need to be different. We need to show that we will speak to the real issues of youth and not someone who's well on their way to a midlife crisis. I encourage every single delegate to not support this amendment and to maintain the status quo as it has been. Thanks, Kev.
Thank you very much, Carl. Up next, we have Fred Nell from Gauteng. He's at Pumulani Lodge in Kempton Park. Let's have it, Fred.
Hi, everybody. Greetings from Pretoria. I would like to oppose this amendment because the world standard for measuring youth and voter turnout is actually 29 years old. And the IEC measures youth with voter turnout also as 29 years old. And I think we should actually drop the age to 29 to align with accepted standards, and also to make sure that we can focus properly on youth voters and youth voter turnout. Just like my friend Celia Brink, I also progressed to senior politics at 23 already, and I think we shouldn't pigeonhole people in an age bracket for too long. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Fred. Up next, we have Luyolo Mpiti. He's our DA youth leader from Gauteng. He's at Marks Park Club in Randburg. Luyolo, your comments, please.
Thank you very much, Kevin, for the opportunity, and very good afternoon to all delegates. Kevin, I'd like to speak against this particular amendment because I believe that young people, particularly those who are at the age of leaving school, particularly those who are at universities, and particularly young people who are in their early careers, don't have anything to identify with someone who's above the age of 35. And I believe that we really need to start right now to speak to our young people, and not to say that young people who consider themselves young, who are above the age of 31, don't have a space in the DA youth. Of course, you can always come and assist us and help us and advise us. But unfortunately, I don't think those people in that age category speak for young people. So with that, I oppose this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Luyolo. Speaker number 4 is Carl Steenekamp from Gauteng. He's online. What can you tell us, Carl?
Hi, everyone. My name is Carl Sebastian Steenekamp. The reason I believe that this constitutional amendment should not be passed is that people in their mid-30s tend not to face the same socioeconomic challenges that people in their young 20s tend to face. You know, someone who might be 34 years of age, tend to already be working, have children, be married, and they also tend to be past the age of having to worry about university prospects, about where the university funding would be coming from. You know, the fact of the matter is that someone in their mid-30s don't fit in the socioeconomic profile of what defines youth. They don't experience the same needs and problems that someone my age, I'm 19 years old, face. I also feel like this is just to mimic the ANC in a way, as their maximum age limit is 30 as well. Therefore, I ask you to reject this motion.
Your time is up. Please conclude.
And thank you, Carl. Our next speaker is Malcolm Mafila from Gauteng. He's joining us online. Let's cross to him now.
Thank you, Kevin. Kevin, I think this amendment, it has some relevance in terms of when you look at the youth, the Young Leaders Program takes young people until the age of 35. And I think that brings relevance into amending this age to 35. However, I have to agree that the other standards internationally are there. So what I think is that we need to support this to bring it in line with Young Leaders Program, or we need to change the Young Leaders Program date. So I'm in support of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Malcolm. Up next, we have Dikeledi Siloa from Gauteng, joining us from the Zoom platform. And we'll now give the floor to Dikeledi.
Thank you, Kevin. Just from my side, what I would really want to stress out is that there is a big age difference. The global standard is at the age of 29, and there is a grace period that the DA is already pushing by having it till the age of 31. Our challenges as a 29-year-old to the challenges that of an 18, 19-year-old who are coming into the party, who are becoming proactive, is very limited. And I think the DA is open to young people taking up positions that we do not have to use the DA youth as a platform to create career politicians, but young people can find expression in other or platforms within the organization, such as the RECs, the PECs. So there is not a need for us at this point to actually increase the age limit. Thank you.
Thank you, Dikeledi. Up next, we have Alistair Lightburn joining us from the Cape Town Civic Centre. Your comments, Alistair?
Thank you, Kevin. Good afternoon, Democrats. I think to come out clearly and strongly, I support the recommendation of our Constitutional Review Committee not to reject the amendment, because I think it's important. For the last 10 years at DA Congresses, this amendment was rejected. And I think it is important that the DA must refuse to hold itself to the standards set by an ANC government, in which seeks to keep older persons in positions at the expense of the plight of young people, because we're not an ANC light. We're a DA, we're unique, we have our own brand, and we must refuse to set a dangerous precedent of defining and redefining what youth is, as this can and will be potentially be abused in the future.
Thank you. Your time is up. Please.
Thank you, Alistair. Next up, we have Nicole Graham from KZN. She's at the Tropicana Hotel. Nicole, you have 45 seconds.
Thanks, Kevin. I just want to agree with Carl at the outset. I just turned 31 and I'm well on my way to a midlife crisis. So that's definitely a valid point. I think this has been a roundabout argument for far too long. And I think the priorities for DA Youth must be how we make the organization work as best as possible and how we bring new people into the party and bring new people into DA Youth. It shouldn't be how we keep the same people there. DA Youth ideally should be an incubator in the party that shapes and builds talent, and those people then move on to leadership in the party, as many of us have done. It shouldn't be a place where people use it to hold space and create career politician roles like we see in other political parties. I don't support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. And the last speaker on this amendment is Pogiso Mtemunye from Gauteng, joining us from the Zoom platform. Pogiso, go ahead.
Thanks, Kevin. And I think, unpopular as it is, I want to support the proposals of this amendment. And part of the reason is what Nicole said, but I'm saying the opposite to what she said. the role of the Dear Youth itself it must be seen as a structure that seeks to attract new types of people into the DA who might not necessarily want to engage in matter body politics, but want the freshness and the edge of youth politics. And therefore, we close a large group of people that we could attract into the party. And hence, the weakness of the Dear Youth over time was that you lose its leaders quite early, and it is unable to make the impact that it needs to make. By making this amendment, you are enabling them to be able to strengthen this ancillary in order to do its function, which presently it's not doing at its best because of this.
Thank you very much, Pogiso. That closes the speakers list on Amendment 10. And as indicated on the slide, the Constitutional Review Committee recommends not supporting that amendment. We now move to Amendment 11, which also deals with criteria for youth membership. It's also proposed by Topolo Makati and Emil Langenhoven. It proposes amending Clause 3.1.1.1, and it suggests or proposes making membership of the DA Youth optional, not automatic. I'm now going to ask Topolo to join us again from the Western Cape online. Topolo, let's cross to you now.
Thank you very much. Once again, Amendment 11 deals with two facts. Number one, the freedom of association, and two, aligning ourselves with aligning the current constitution with what we have on the manual application form. Now, the manual application form is in agreement with the sentiment of freedom of association, and freedom of association becomes a very key principle within and a very key value within our party and within our constitution. So therefore, by having an opt-out, we're therefore imposing onto someone that they should be part of the association, or rather be part of the ancillary organization, whether they want to or not, and then only to opt out afterwards. Now, the opt-in then says that you have the option to associate yourself or to not associate yourself with the particular ancillary organization. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Topolo. The seconder is Emil Langenhoven from the Western Cape. He's also joining us online. Are you there, Emil?
Yes, I am. Great. Can you hear me?
Go ahead. Emil, go ahead.
Thank you. I've just been unmuted. I don't have much to add to this other than I concur with the proposer and the Constitutional Review Committee. Thank you.
Emil, and our only contributing speaker on this item is Luyolo Mpiti from Gauteng at the Marks Park Club. Luyolo, your comments?
Thank you very much, Kevin, for the opportunity. In principle, I do support this amendment, but I would like to say that I think it gives us an opportunity as the Dear Youth to be able to take full ownership of our membership and be able to stand for this particular membership so that we build and grow the organization of the Dear Youth. I do want to say, though, that this amendment needs to come with support to ensure that we have the necessary machinery and staff members in place to ensure that the DA Youth has full control of this membership and that we can hold this membership as a benchmark to see our growth in the DA Youth and be able to win new young people into the DA Youth. So in principle, I support this, and I believe that the party needs to ensure that we can be given the necessary means to ensure we can handle our membership by ourselves with the necessary support. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Luyolo. As indicated, the Constitutional Review Committee recommends supporting this amendment because nobody should be a member of something they haven't signed up for. This is a basic tenet of freedom of association and disassociation, and we should not require our younger members to automatically belong to the DA Youth. We're now going to look at Amendment 12. This is also proposed by Topolo and Emil. It amends Clause 3.1.1.8, which is criteria for membership. Sorry, I apologize. We've dealt with 3, so we're going to go to a poll before we deal with Amendment 12. I'm now going to ask that the poll be brought up. If it does not appear on your screen, please click on the poll button, and it should come up for you. Can we please bring up the voting? Democrats, we have results for you on amendments 9, 10, and 11. On Amendment 9, 77% voted against Amendment 9, so that amendment falls away. On Amendment 10, 69% voted against Amendment 10, so that falls away. And on Amendment 11, 77.96 voted in favor of Amendment 11, so that amendment is carried. We will now move on to Amendment 12. This has been proposed by Topolo Mokati and Emil Langenhoven again. It addresses clause 3.1.1.8 of the Constitution, and it inserts a clause that talks about the requirement that no member must have undergone a disciplinary process that resulted in the termination or cessation of their membership of the party before the expiry of a period of 2 years. I'm now going to ask Topolo, who's joining us from the Western Cape online, to motivate his amendment. Topolo?
Thank you very much. We withdraw it in favor of Amendment 13. Thank you.
I have had a request that this amendment be withdrawn. I'm from the proposer. I'm just going to check from Emil Langenhoven if that is withdrawn from his side as well. Emil?
Yes, I concur, Kevin.
Okay, the proposer and seconder having withdrawn Amendment 12, it is now withdrawn. We're now going to move on to Amendment 13. Amendment 13 has been proposed by Ashel Sarapin and Bobby Stevenson, and it comprehensively amends Clause 3.22 and inserts a new Clause 3.23. I'm now going to ask Ashel Sarapin, who's joining us online from Gauteng, to motivate his amendment.
Thank you, Kevin. Yeah, with regards to this amendment, it is quite substantial, and it changes the way that we handle people whose membership is terminated or cessated. And what it does is it means that if you are found guilty of misconduct by the party, if your membership cessates because you, for example, joined another party, or if you try to leave in the middle of your disciplinary, your membership is now perpetually terminated or ceased. Even if you fill in a form online or a physical form and submit to the party, that doesn't mean you have a valid membership. And it will solve the problem that we have of people who sign up online and come back and try to get themselves into council or legislatures or parliament after trashing the party constantly and then trying to sneak a way back in. And it will ensure that people who abuse these processes can no longer abuse our membership process. It clarifies when membership of termination or cessation is perpetual, and ensures that only the relevant executive, mainly the federal executive, readmits a member who left under dubious circumstances or was cessated. It has been approved by the Constitutional Review Committee, and I do urge delegates to support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ashel. We're now joined by Bobby Stevenson from the Eastern Cape. He's online to second this motion. Bobby?
I greet all the delegates from the Eastern Cape, where our great party was launched many years ago. Our party is not a doormat that people can wipe their feet on, trash us and bash us in the media when they leave under a cloud and then want to come waltzing back by joining online. This amendment seeks to tighten up the procedures, but still leaves the door open for the prodigals to return, subject to stricter regulation. For those of us who want to uphold the dignity and pride of our party, I would urge you to support this amendment. We are now entering into a new season. The winter is behind us. We are in a new spring, and this amendment will help us on that journey to fix our party. Please, delegates, give it the green light. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bobby. As indicated on the slide, the Constitutional Review Committee supports this because it clarifies the exclusion of members whose membership has ceased and or been terminated, as well as those who resign to join, campaign for, or support another political party, or who resign during party disciplinary processes. And it also notes that when a person manages to apply online, for example, this does not mean that they have necessarily and legitimately rejoined and become a member until the process has been finalized. So we are proposing that you support that amendment. I'm now going to move to Amendment 14, which deals with dual membership and addresses Clause 3.4 of the Constitution. It has been proposed by Topolo Makati and seconded by Emil Langenhoven. As indicated before, Topolo is joining us online from the Western Cape, and we're now going to cross to him.
Thank you very much. Amendment 14 deals with, or our amendment deals with the fact that we want to set a timeline whereby the dual membership clause becomes a single membership. Understand that the current clause is in perpetual limbo and has got an undefined time. However, noting that that membership audit might come before such a membership, or rather before there's a time to actually merge, there's a paragraph that allows for the Federal Council to make suggestions, or rather to make conditions and to set a timeline for itself. Hence why we are proud to propose this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Topolo. I'm now going to hand to Emil, also from the Western Cape online, to give us his views on the matter. Emil.
Thank you, Kevin. The question of dual membership is a matter of alliance versus assimilation. The dictionary defines the word alliance as a merging of efforts or interests by persons, families, states, or organizations. As a democratic alliance, we see ourselves doing this in our coalition governments, anchoring them with our values and principles and working towards our common goals. On the other hand, the dictionary defines assimilation as the state or condition of being assimilated or being absorbed into something. We have done this with the NNP and the ID with some very adverse effects. When coalitions break down, parties go their own way without damaging the party itself. However, when they are absorbed into the party and then decide to split from the party, the internal damage is immeasurable and requires much repair. We are proposing that we pause this process until the next membership audit so as to give it time for integration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emil. I have no contributing speakers on this amendment, but you will note from the slide that the Constitutional Review Committee recommends not supporting this amendment. The reason for this is as follows. The purpose of the original clause was to permit dual membership of the party during the period when the party was amalgamating with another. Since this typically takes a longer time frame than the membership audit cycle, it is necessary to allow a certain amount of flexibility in the process. This is accomplished in the original clause through the statement, and I quote, "for the period and on conditions determined by Federal Council." The time limit of until the next membership audit does not permit such flexibility and will not allow Federal Council to determine what time frame is appropriate for such an amalgamation process. With that, we are now going to open the vote. We are going to vote on amendments 13 and 14. Amendment 12 has been withdrawn, so it's only amendment 13 and 14. Can we bring up the polls, please? Just a reminder, delegates, that we are only voting on amendments 13 and 14. Even though 12 is showing on the slide, we are not voting on that. It has been withdrawn. Welcome back, colleagues. I have results for Amendment 13 and Amendment 14. Amendment 13 passes with 80.17% of the vote, and Amendment 14 does not pass. 79.63% voted against Amendment 14, so that falls away. We're now going to move to Amendment 15. This has been proposed by John Steenhuisen and seconded by Jane Sithole. And it talks to Clause 3.7.1 of the Constitution, and it's about our branches. With that, over to John.
Thanks very much, Kevin, and greetings again to all of the delegates across the country. I think we've got to recognize that our branches need to be the building blocks of our party going forward. I think that branches need to become hubs where activist training is taking place, where we're able to share information from the party, where we're able to have robust discussions about various issues that are happening in the party, but also as a hub for activists to be able to feed back into the organization exactly what is happening out on the ground in their communities. Therefore, it needs to be made up of members. Members play a very important role in the decision-making implementation of the party's program of action. There's nobody who understands what is happening in a community or issues arising in a community better than our councillors and our public representatives and our activists who are on the ground. The only way we can become a listening organization that is able to get feedback from those communities on the ground and translate them into political campaigns is by making sure that we actively involve the membership of the party, our activists, supporters and the like within the party to implement it. I therefore believe that we don't need snowflakes, we need branches. It's branches that drive political activity on the ground, and we need to strengthen them. We need to also make sure that the role of members is recognized and enhanced in all that we do, particularly if we're going to move into a local government election next year, where this type of interaction and nexus between the party and communities is going to be so desperately required. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. I'm now going to ask Jane Sithole from Mpumalanga to join us from the hybrid venue at Event City in Middelburg.
Thank you very much, Kevin, and good afternoon to the delegates once again. I second this amendment fully. Branches are the integral part of our party. The party is dependent on members to implement our campaigns and the program of the party. This amendment gives clear direction to members as well, because as much as they are activists and they are members, sometimes they need clear direction in terms of their role, and I see this amendment seeks to clarify that so that branch members understand what is their role in the party and the activism that they bring. How is that going to add value to the party? So in terms of this amendment, I think recognizing branches, it's actually the direction that the party must take. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jane. Our only contributing speaker on this one is Malcolm Maifala from Gauteng. He's joining us online. Malcolm, your comments, please.
Thanks, Kevin. Kevin, I'm so happy to see this amendment being put forward, because if we want to strengthen the DA going forward, we need to strengthen our branches. And by strengthening our branches, we have to really look into our members and making sure that they are capacitated to grow, help us grow in the party. If we don't have members that are helping us to grow the party, then we are probably working backwards every election. So I strongly urge all delegates to please support this amendment, because without branches, we cannot strengthen the DA. Thank you.
Yay, Malcolm.
There's obviously a bit of yes there. Thank you, Malcolm. The Constitutional Review Committee recommends supporting this amendment because it acknowledges the importance of branches and recognizes how vital our members are. We're now going to move to Amendment 16, which is also proposed by John Steenhuisen and Jane Sithole. and it talks also to our branches and how we need to recruit activists and volunteers. John is at the Tropicana in Durban. John?
Thank you, Kevin, and thanks again, delegates. Branches may be one thing, but branches have to become more than just a once-a-year meeting in a councillor's lounge with friends and family. They've got to become the hub of political activity, and they've got to actively go out and recruit activists in those communities to be able to go out and evangelize this party's message of hope and change for South Africa. In order to do that, we've got to make recruitment of activists and volunteers for the party one of the primary tasks of a branch. If we're going to become an activist organization, if we're going to build up a cadre of well-trained, well-resourced activists who are able to go out and sell the DA message within their communities authentically and with great ability, then it needs to make sure that we recognize within the Constitution that we build our party from the ground up, and that activists are not just people who walk around with clipboards, but they are at the heart of what we do as an organization. I think what this resolution will do is once again place activists and activism at the core of the branch activity that's required for us to be able to get out there and win hearts and minds of many, many more South Africans, particularly in communities where the DA message has not been shared before. Thank you very much.
Thanks, John. We're now going to cross to Jane at Event City in Middelburg. Jane, your comments?
Thank you very much, Kevin. I support this resolution wholeheartedly, and I think John has explained it very well. The success of our party is dependent on groundwork, and we will not be able to do groundwork without having activists on the ground. Without groundwork, we will also not be able to make progress. So this amendment speaks to the heart of our party, which is our branches, our members, our activists, and I support it fully. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jane. The only contributing speaker we have now is Dean McPherson from KZN. He's also at the Tropicana Hotel. Dean?
Thanks, Kevin. Thank you, delegates. I think that Jane has managed to succinctly capture the thoughts of it and the feel behind this amendment. And just suffice to say that, I think that moving forward, if we want to be a party that is able to reach every corner of the country, then what we really need is an army of volunteers that is recruited through our branches that can speak to local issues, that can drive local issues, and take the DA as close as possible to their community. So I think this is an excellent amendment and fully supported. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dean. The Constitutional Review Committee recommends supporting that amendment. We're now going to move to Amendment 17. This has been proposed by Benedicta van Minnen and Rose Rao. It talks to Clause 3.8.3 of the Constitution and requires that a member can only be a member of one branch and may only be a delegate or office bearer of that branch. I'm now going to cross to Benedicta, who's at the Cape Town Civic Centre.
Thank you very much. This should really be self-evident. So it's really just a tightening up of the constitutional issues. And the motivation is that we have seen the situation where people are members of one branch and then attempt to get themselves elected as office bearers in another branch. And as I say, this shouldn't really be necessary, but because we have seen attempts to do this, it's been proposed just so that we can then be certain that everyone is in their mother branch, that they do everything in that branch, and in fact are confined to only representing one branch. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Benedicta. The Constitutional Review Committee recommends supporting this amendment. There were no contributing speakers. We're now going to move to a poll for amendments 15, 16, and 17. Can we have that slide and poll on the screen, please? Democrats, I have the results of Amendments 15, 16, and 17. Amendment 15 is carried with 89.8% of the vote. Amendment 16 is carried with 89.28% of the vote. And Amendment 17 is carried with 88.94% of the vote. So that all three of those amendments were passed. We're now going to move on to Amendment 18, proposed by Topolo Mokati and seconded by Emil Langenhoven. And this proposes that a provincial executive must, in consultation with the CEO and after due consultation with the relevant constituency and regional executives, demarcate constituency boundaries. As indicated previously, Topolo is online in the Western Cape, so let's cross to him now.
Thank you very much. As constituencies' primary aim is to ensure that the branches are having political activity, so therefore they are responsible for engaging and making sure that all constituencies, or rather all branches, have got political activity that is going within the various branches. Now, to not include them when a ward is going to be allocated to a different constituency, not only has got negative implications on the leadership, or rather on the running of that on the constitution that is losing it, but also has got negative implications on the one that is gaining. So therefore, this particular clause speaks to communicating with all relevant structures that will be receiving a ward and that will also be losing a ward for smooth management purposes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Topolo. Topolo is seconded by Emil Langenhoven, online in the Western Cape. Your thoughts, Emil?
Thank you, Kevin. I support the proposer, and my comments are anecdotal. I actually experienced this in my constituency. I'm the constituency chair for South Peninsula 2. And without my knowledge, a ward was removed from my constituency without even consulting me. I found out in a meeting the next day that I somehow had lost a ward along the way. So I think it's very important that the relevant constituencies are consulted about these changes, so that the necessary arrangements can be made, so that there is proper consultation, and so that we can actually make it very obvious what the ramifications of such a move will do for the people losing the constituency and those that are gaining the constituency as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emile. Our first and only contributing speaker on this amendment is Benedicta van Minnen from Cape Town Civic Centre. Benedicta, over to you.
Thank you very much. I really can't support this strongly enough. I think we really have an issue at the moment that we're not actually utilizing our constituencies sufficiently to drive voter share. And it's really important that we get this right and that we actually get our structures right. What's happening is that people aren't being consulted, and so constituencies get put together sometimes in a way that is not conducive to driving support. That has to change, and the best way to do that is to actually talk to the people in the constituencies, the councillors, the excos, the MPs, and ensure that we really get the structure done in such a way that it optimizes our ability to harvest votes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Benedicta. The Constitutional Review Committee recommends supporting this because we are a party of federalism and inclusivity, and this amendment seeks broader consultation to ensure the best possible determination of constituency structures. We're now going to move to Amendment 19. This has been proposed by Tim Brouterseth and seconded by Hlengiwe Shozi. It talks to failure by constituency executive members. I understand that Tim is having technical difficulties, so we're going to cross to Hlengiwe Shozi, who is joining us from the Tropicana Hotel in Durban. Hlengiwe, are you ready?
Thank you, Kevin. Fellow Democrats, good afternoon. To achieve our goals as a democratic alliance, we need strong, effective, and functioning constituency structures. We can only achieve that if everyone is playing the part. This amendment will enable the constituency executives to remove those who are not playing the part, who are just position holders. Le amendment izoqinisekisa ukuthi bonke abaqokelwe eziyingini zabo baba yingxenye yakho konke okwenziwayo ukukhulisa iqembu, baphinde bakuqonde ukuthi uma bengazibandakanyi bazokhishwa ezikhundleni zabo. I will urge you all delegates to support this amendment so that we can move our party forward. We can't just have position holders. We need soldiers on the ground to play the part in our constituencies. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Hlengiwe. We apparently have resolved Tim's technical difficulties, so we're going to cross to him as the proposer now.
Thank you, Kevin. This motion simply seeks to correct the unfortunate situation that arises as a result of infamous Congress branches and people being voted onto executives that may not be there for the right reasons. As a result, and I'm sure many colleagues around the country have experienced this, there are a number of people elected onto a constituency executive who then simply disappear and simply don't play their part in the ongoing essential work of the constituency. So this amendment simply places the constituency in the position that, should it be necessary, they may remove people that are not working as they should. Of course, there is recourse for a person who may be so removed. There would first of all be a bar that they do not attend 3 consecutive meetings of the constituency, and there would be recourse to the provincial executive if they feel that they have not been dealt with in a fair and equitable manner. So I believe it's good for the functioning of the constituency. It provides sufficient protection for anyone who's being
whose rights are being prejudiced, and I think it'll be overall good for the party. Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you very much, Tim. Our first contributing speaker is Hlanganani Gumbi from KZN. He's joining us online. Hlanganani, let's cross to you now.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I'm speaking in support of here. Constituencies are critical. I think we know they are the key units, but at the moment, constituencies is really where a lot of the functioning of our campaigns happens. And so constituency executives, outside of perhaps maybe the chairperson or key roles, and then find themselves not attending meetings, not contributing. So I think that there's enough recourse, as Tim has said, both with the provincial executive as well as with our FLC processes and systems, and I'd ask that delegates support this amendment. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Hlanganani. And our final speaker on this amendment is Fred Nell from Gauteng at Pumalani Lodge in Kempton Park. Fred, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Yes, I do think that there is a case for this, and where constituencies do fall flat, there is definitely a reason to intervene there. Thank you. That's all from me.
Thank you very much, Fred. The Constitutional Review Committee recommends supporting this on the basis that where individuals are not participating in constituency exco meetings, this amendment allows for a removal and appeal process. We're now going to move to Amendment 20. This has been proposed by Martin Meyer and, it was proposed by Jared Nair and seconded by Priscilla Munsami. Both of those two have elected not to present the amendment. They are letting it stand on its own recognition. And so we will move directly to the contributing speakers. The amendment proposes amending 6.1.4, and that suggests that the Federal Congress elects the federal leader, the federal chairperson, the deputy federal chairperson, and what has been inserted, the chairperson of Federal Council, the two deputy chairpersons of Federal Council, and the federal chairperson of Finance. The first contributing speaker is Dean McPherson from the Tropicana Hotel in Durban. Dean, your inputs.
Thanks very much. Well, firstly, I think it is bizarre that people who would want to make an amendment as important to this would not want to speak to it and not want to contribute to it. And I think that that is problematic in itself, considering how important it is. And I think that one of the contributions made was, trying to equate the positions to the level of the ANC. Now, what we don't want to do is create an ANC situation in our party where we are electing for delegates on the basis of popularity or factionalism as opposed to fit for purpose. So I think that this is a dangerous recommendation, and I would urge us to reject it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dean. The next contributing speaker is Ashur Sarapin in Gauteng, and he's joining us on the Zoom platform. Let's have your thoughts, Ashur.
Yes, the reason why we separate the election of the Federal Council leadership from the Congress leadership is to ensure that our executives each elect their own bodies and to ensure we have meritorious elections. This amendment will turn the DA from a representative democracy into a populist democracy. And if we're not careful, it could create a situation where we have an Asa Magashule-like figure capturing the party and undermining the elected leadership. Having Congress and Council elections separated is an essential check and balance that keeps the DA on track. So I would urge delegates to please reject this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ashur. Up next, we have Nicole Graham. She's at the Tropicana Hotel in Durban. Nicole, you have the floor.
Thanks, Kevin. I think my primary point has been covered in mostly by Ashore, but I think the point is that people must elect in that particular structure that they're part of their own representative leadership. And I also think that the references to the ANC are unfortunate because the whole idea is that we don't want to operate like the ANC. If you are not a member of Federal Council, for example, I'm not a member of Federal Council, I don't necessarily know that you understand what is required from those leadership positions because you don't function in that space. And similarly, you know, we elect our own leadership in the various provinces and the various caucuses, and I think that that's an important democratic principle that needs to be upheld.
Thank you very much, Nicole. The next speaker is Annelie Lotriet from the Free State. She's at a hybrid venue in the Bloemfontein Provincial Office. Let's hear you, Annelie.
Thank you very much. The other speakers have said what I also intended to say, and I want to align myself with them. And I also want to add that it is very important to understand that the Federal Council is a specific structure within our Constitution, and it comprises of a specific delegation, people who are selected to serve on that particular structure.
Thank you very much, Annelie. Our next speaker is Matt Cuthbert from Gauteng. He's on the Zoom platform. Matt, over to you.
Thank you so much, Kevin, and good afternoon to all delegates. We're joining you from sunny Ekurhuleni 28 by-election this weekend. In respect of this particular amendment, I think it's a frivolous amendment by virtue of the fact that we are all entitled to our representatives from a regional, provincial and caucus level who then serve on this particular structure, and they are required to then carry the mandate of the structure from which they are elected. Therefore, I think that we should reject this particular amendment outright. Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you very much, Matt. Up next, we have Pogiso Mtemunye from Gauteng joining us on the Zoom platform. What can you tell us, Pogiso?
Kevin, this is a crucial amendment, and I'm not sure if members are taking it as seriously as they should. The Federal Council chair practically runs the day-to-day affairs of the party, and the decisions are impacting every member of the party and a lot of things that we need to abide by. They literally run almost all operations of this party. And it is important that they therefore have the widest mandate possible, similar to the leader. There's a similarity between the Federal Council chair and the leader. The difference is, of course, around operations, but the mandate is required from as many members of the party as possible for legitimacy and for the fact that those decisions affect every member. It is key that we consider this amendment deeply.
Thank you very much, Pogiso. Up next, we have Martin Meyer. He's joining us online. Martin is from KZN, but he's actually running the candidate operation in FHO in Cape Town. So let's have your thoughts, Martin.
Thank you so much. And I'm missing the sunny weather in KZN. I reject this concept that if we vote for this on the larger body of the Congress, that it will be more of a populist vote than voting for the correct candidate based on skills. I don't think we can say that the smaller body will vote based on skills and the larger body will vote a populist vote. We must trust our membership to vote the correct people as we do with all other oppositions. We also have the precedent that on many of our provinces, the chairperson of the Congress or the provincial Congress is also the chairperson of PEC and PNC. So let's trust our delegates and let's vote for this on the broader platform. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Martin. I'm told, by the way, Martin, that it's pouring with rain in KZN. We're now going to go over to Fred Nell in Gauteng. Fred, you have the floor.
Thank you, Kevin. I think the principle has already been established in the party that committees select or elect their own chairpersons. Whether you're at the branch, in a constituency, a region, or in a province, you elect your own leadership. And I think if we go down this route, we might find creep also in provincial constitutions starting to set in. And I think it's a dangerous path of giving the pinky and later losing the hand. So I admit that there might be discussions on the federal finance chair in the future, but I think that is something that needs to stand over for the next round of the constitutional review.
Thank you very much, Fred. Our last speaker on this amendment is Zwakele Mkwango from KwaZulu-Natal. Zwakele, you have 45 seconds.
I think there was an error here. My name was on Amendment 21. Hello?
Okay, Zwakele is saying that he is not speaking to this item. We're going to move directly to the poll as soon as I've given the report of the committee. So the Constitutional Review Committee recommends not supporting Amendment 20 on the grounds that it is global best practice both in government and the private sector that bodies elect their own leadership. Furthermore, the positions proposed for inclusion here are very much operational and administrative in nature, requiring specialized skill sets. While it may seem unlikely, a popular candidate with no financial skills could, for example, through this process, be elected as federal finance chairperson. Federal Council, as a representative body with a requisite specialist knowledge and representing all the provinces and structures of the party, is an appropriately democratic structure to elect these positions. So we do not support this amendment. With that, I'm going to ask that the polls for amendments 18, 19, and 20 be opened now. Thank you for your patience, Democrats. I can now report on the results of Amendment 18, 19, and 20. Amendment 18, 88.36% of you voted in favour, so that amendment is carried. Amendment 19, 87.61% of you voted in favour. That amendment is also carried. Amendment 20, 69.83% of you voted against that amendment, so that amendment falls away. We're now going to move on to Amendment 21. This has been proposed by Mbali Ntuli and seconded by Sakile Mgadi. It proposes amending Clause 6.1.4 to include the election of a deputy leader. I'm now going to cross to Mbali Ntuli, who's at the Tropicana Hotel in KwaZulu-Natal. Mbali?
Thank you, Kevin, and good afternoon, Democrats. I'd like you to support the amendment of us having a deputy leader in our party, because I think we can all see that we've grown as an organization, and this will only serve to help deputize the leader, who often has many difficult and many different duties around the country. I think that it's time that we also show a broader leadership team and elect people because they have different strengths. I think in the past, we've always elected one person, and when that person gets burnt out, or when that person leaves, or when that person does something to bring the party into disrepute, we all end up scrambling around like headless chickens without having an immediate person who can step into the role, even if it's just for the interim. I don't think that the committee's reasons stand any water or hold any water. The idea that this would automatically be a factional thing is completely illogical, considering that we have deputy leaders in many different provinces and in many different structures in our party, and that has never been the case. And the idea of the two centers of power is also illogical, because it just takes leadership, and we haven't seen that happening in our party in any circumstance so far. So I think that this is a good proposal for us to have. I think that it would really loosen the workload of the leader, and that we'd be able to have more diversity in terms of showing the strength of the leaders that we have at the top of our party. I also think that the reason that the committee has rejected this amendment for saying that it would ensure a smooth transition is also one that is logical, because we know that we'd still have to go to federal elections to be able to make that deputy leader the leader if we wanted to, or not make them the leader. And some people are always going to be better deputy leaders or deputy presidents rather than leaders. And I think we need to have the flexibility in the space to really allow for ourselves to have far more leaders in that particular space. So I'm asking you to support this. I think it's time that an organization of our size has a deputy leader. Obviously, this would only be happening in the next Congress, but I think that it would be great for us to have a diversity of leaders, more leaders at that level, and also to really unburden the one leader that we currently have from having all these duties. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mbali. This amendment has been seconded by Sakile Mgadi from the KwaZulu-Natal province. Sakile is joining us from the Tropicana Hotel in Durban. Go ahead, Sakile.
Thank you, Kevin, and greetings to Democrats at large. I think just to expand on what Mbali said, and I'll provide three levels of analysis as to why this inherently benefits the party to support. You know, the DA is a large and complex, but also multifaceted organization. I think we can all agree to that. And, you know, the election of a deputy leader encompasses with it that we become a flexible and accessible leadership, and that the leadership is able to share the workload. And I think that's very important going forward, because that creates stability, which is something that the party has been missing in the interim at least. I think on a second level, I disagree with the recommendation that it creates factionalism. I think, in fact, through our own internal precedents, and we've mentioned that this is something that exists in different provinces, it does the absolute opposite. It creates an executive efficiency, which through that creates stability. And I think that's something that going forward, we're going to need. But I also think if we look at case studies of where this has been done internally in the party, it's only ever benefited, you know, from a provincial level at least, those provinces. So I really do think that if we're looking to create stability, it's something that we want to adopt.
Thank you. Thanks. Your time is up. Please.
Thank you very much, Sakile. We're now going to cross to Jane Sitoli in Mpumalanga. Jane, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Kevin. The most worrying thing about this amendment is the assumption that, or the expectation that such an individual would succeed the federal leader. This amendment will promote factionalism and pose the risk of affecting the stability of our party. It will have an impact on our democratic processes of electing a leader. If Congress allows this amendment, it will start to create fragmented subsections within the party and a potential breed for power blocks where people start to use this to advance their own agenda within the party. Before we know it, there will be a party within the party. I therefore ask Congress to reject this amendment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jane. Up next, we have Malcolm Mafala from Gauteng. He's online. Malcolm, go ahead.
Thanks, Kevin. You know, when I look at this amendment, yes, it looks good for democracy and looks good for opportunity as well. However, if you think about the fact that we've got a federal chairperson who deputizes for the leader, so there is already somebody that is deputizing for the leader as things stand. And while the spirit of the amendment is good, I don't think it should be supported. And I implore Congress not to vote to support this. Thanks.
Hey, Malcolm.
Thank you very much, Malcolm. We now go to Hlanganani Gumbi in KwaZulu-Natal. He's joining us online. Hlanganani.
Thanks very much, Kevin. I'm support of this amendment. I don't believe that the Constitutional Review Committee's arguments make sense, only because factionism is only really caused by different common interests and personal ambitions. So I think that is the real core driver of factionism, as opposed to necessarily the position that is there. I also think that just as a party that is growing in size, we need to be building that depth of leadership. And because of the growth of our party, the chairperson of the party has now begun focusing significantly on policy, which is why we've got a policy unit, and that will continue to happen. And so we need to grow the depth of the person supporting the leader. Thanks.
Thank you, Hlanganani. Next up is Fred Nell from Gauteng. Fred, let's have your thoughts.
Thank you, Kevin. I think we need to be very careful that we do not look at amendments in isolation, especially in the light of a potential other amendment that might come through in term limits. And when you create deputy leader positions, you may create expectations and internal jostling and conflict, especially when you look at it in context with the potential of term limits for leaders in the party. Secondly, the federal chair already assumes that position of a deputy leader when necessary, and I don't think we should become too top-heavy in our national leadership either. So that's my side. Thank you. I'm opposing this amendment.
Thank you very much, Fred. The next speaker is Foyoyo Maseko from Mpumalanga. Foyoyo, you have 45 seconds.
Delegates and all of the Democrats. I move in support of this motion to elect a deputy federal leader. I see this as a fair and democratic way of leadership, as power will not rest on an individual. A deputy federal leader will not necessarily mean a deputy will be a next leader. Democratic processes through federal Congress will still unfold to elect a federal leader. If this does not have a negative impact on provinces, I don't see the reason why do we think it will be a negative impact on federal. Furthermore, it will assist the party to reach more ground from senior leadership. I therefore urge that the Congress supports it.
Thank you very much, Foyoyo. We now go to Jacques Smuller in Limpopo. Jacques, you have the floor.
Thank you, Kevin. I want to align myself with the previous speakers who do not support this amendment. I believe that we would create two centers of power, and with that comes a risk of policy interpretation, not only towards our structures, but also to our voters elsewhere, and that this also could be furthermore a ceremonial position that might just be there. And we have seen when we are not on message and that we do not communicate as one team, that the voters do punish us, and I will not support this amendment.
Thank you very much, Jacques. Up next, we have Dean McPherson from KZN. Dean, go ahead.
Thank you very much. It was stated at the outset that this amendment was needed to deal with a diversity of leadership. I would argue that if that is the core problem, then there are many other ways to do so instead of taking a sledgehammer to this and creating positions for people to deal with a perceived problem that one or two people may have. It's also a mistruth to say that, well, if the leader leaves, that there's no way to move forward, and that is specifically catered for in the Constitution. But of course, I think the biggest issue is that it creates an expectation, and that could actually be very dangerous for the party, that there are people that would assume leadership positions. I urge you to reject it. Thank you.
Thanks, Dean. We're now going to cross to Pogiso Mtamunye from Gauteng. Pogiso, your inputs, please.
Thanks, Kevin. I'm just wondering if there's any deputy of anything in all the structures that we have that has any expectations of being the main role, and if they were promised by anyone. If that is the case, then their beliefs are unfounded. I think it's important that we do this because one of the things that we've struggled with is having enough national profile leaders to help us campaign when we're campaigning for local elections and national elections. We tend to only have a single person that we focus on, and then as a result, we do not cover as much ground as we can, and we do not get to as many communities as we can to bring our big leaders into those communities and hold the massive rallies on all of that. We also have 4 provinces with deputy leaders. They must tell us whether there have been any factionalism in those 4 provinces, because there's been no report of such. We therefore support this amendment.
Thank you, Pogiso. And the last person speaking to this item is Zwakele Mkwango from KZN. Zwakele, you're up.
Yeah, thanks, Kevin. I do support the amendment. I don't agree that it creates a center of power. In KZN, we do have a deputy leader, and whenever I'm not available, he's able to assist the province. And also, I don't believe we compete. In fact, we complement each other. So the notion that these create expectations have no base at all. I urge delegates to support the amendments, because if you have a deputy leader, at least that's a person who assists the leader in his absentia or her absentia. And this amendment is very critical and it's very important that we do. I don't agree with this notion that it creates a center of power.
Thank you very much, Zwakele. The Constitutional Review Committee recommends not supporting this amendment. And I'd like to go back to what was said as the purported reason for this amendment: to ensure a smooth transition of power in the event of a vacancy in the position of federal leader. It is our opinion that this is adequately dealt with in 7.2.2 and 7.7.1 of the Federal Constitution, which notes that the federal chairperson deputizes for the federal leader in his absence or incapacity, and that where there needs to be a vacancy filled, if we can't call a Congress, then the executive of that body would then go ahead and address that issue. I think we've demonstrated that this can be done in October last year. Be that as it may, that is the position of the Constitutional Review Committee. And we will now move on to Amendment 22. Amendment 22 has been proposed by Chris Dalton and Sydney Pittaway. It talks to voting at Congresses, and it addresses Clause 6.1.8. I'm going to ask Chris Dalton from the Free State, who's joining us from the Kroonstad Country Club, to please speak to the amendment.
Hi guys. As public reps in higher structures of the DA, they seldom get the opportunity to be on the ground. And with that, the feeling is that when voting on major leadership issues or other party big events, that the will of the members is not always carried over in their vote. Although delegates are mandated to vote on behalf of their constituencies, consultation with the members is crucial, and such decisions, and this is not happening. Delegates that are most likely leaders and are voting on leadership positions would sometimes vote according to fit for purpose or leadership skills. And although this is understandable, leadership should be decided by the will of the members for whatever reason they see fit. This is especially so when voting for provincial and national leadership positions. I therefore request that you support this amendment and make it compulsory for leadership to consult with their constituency before voting on leadership positions. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. The motion has been seconded by Sydney Pittaway. He's also in the Free State and will also be joining us from Kroonstad Country Club. Sydney, you have the floor.
Good day. Thanks, everyone. Good day, delegates. Our proposal was originally worded much differently. It was actually worded to include delegates to the constituencies and also delegates to provincial and even all the branch delegates. What we agreed to in hindsight, we should never have, is to reduce the wording that it only contains specific things to the Congress, that it actually applies only to the Congress decisions. This, as Chris said, we have a one-way system. The branches are actually put there to serve as a vehicle and for the articulation of the interests of the members of the party. At this stage, we just trust that the person that they elect as a delegate is the one who's going to represent them according to his or her feeling. I ask that you please vote in favour of this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sydney. Up first, we have Carl Steenekamp from Gauteng. He's online. Carl, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Kevin. The principle of representative democracy is that you elect people to apply their own minds and make their own judgment calls, not be empty vessels. I agree with the Constitutional Review Committee. Delegates should be able to listen to the various arguments at meetings and adapt their views accordingly. This is what sets us apart from the ANC and prevents buying of branches and delegates. This resolution would do damage to that and therefore should be voted down. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carl. Next, we have Ashel Serapin in Gauteng. He's joining us online. Ashel, you have the floor.
Thanks, Kevin. As the previous speaker said, the principle of representative democracy is that we elect people to look at the merits of the situation and vote in principle and vote on their conscience. During the motion of no confidence against Jacob Zuma in Parliament, the country urged MPs to vote their conscience because we elect representatives to councils, to legislatures, Parliament. The Constitutional Court even ruled that the MPs should vote their conscience effectively on motions of no confidence in matters in Parliament. And so this amendment effectively undermines representative democracy. And it proposes a circumstance where we want one thing in Parliament and another thing in the party. It has to be rejected as it stands. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Ashel. The last speaker on this amendment is Fred Nell from Gauteng. Fred, your thoughts.
Thank you, Kevin. I think Ashel covered me, but I agree with some of the sentiments of this amendment, but I think it is impractical to put it into a constitution. Obviously, we need to consult and report back, but leaders are elected for a reason, and leaders must be allowed to be leaders when they do represent their structures, and they should be allowed to also exercise their judgment when they do their own voting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fred. We're now going to move... Sorry. The Constitutional Review Committee recommends not supporting Amendment 22. It's basically impossible to conduct any sort of vote as every single delegate's mandate would need to be verified before a result could be announced. So we don't support this amendment. We're now going to move on to Amendment 23. This has been proposed by Leander Kruger and seconded by Marina van Zyl. It talks to clause 6.2.3.9, which refers to representation on Federal Council. Leander is joining us from the Eastern Cape, where he is online. Leander, let's cross to you now.
Thanks, Kevin, and greeting Democrats. This amendment inserts the word region into this particular clause, and I don't believe it to be a contentious one. It seeks to align the election processes of the Association of DA Council Representatives to Federal Council with the structures that are in use in the various provinces. Currently, only provinces are able to elect their representatives to Federal Council and not regions. This amendment would mean that in certain provinces, the ADAC structures that make use of a provincial body can accordingly elect their Federal Council representatives. And in other provinces, where the province is chosen for regions to exist, those regions are empowered to elect their own representatives to Federal Council. And they are not subjected then to a provincial structure that they do not make use of. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Leander. And now over to Marina van Zyl, who's at the Queenstown Golf Club.
Good afternoon, Kevin. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, all the delegates. I wish to second this amendment, as we believe this amendment will allow ADAC delegates to Federal Council to be cascaded right down to regional levels where they exist. This amendment also carries the unanimous support of the federal ADAC body representing all regions and provinces in the country. And as the ADAC Federal ADAC Chair, I can confirm that this amendment carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marina. I don't think you can confirm that. But the Constitutional Review Committee supports this amendment. And as Marina indicated, it allows for ADAC delegates to be devolved down to regional level where regions exist. We're now going to vote on amendments 21, 22, and 23. If we could bring up the poll, please. And welcome back, delegates. Amendment 21, 61.34% voted against that amendment. It therefore fails. Amendment 22, 76.57% voted against that amendment. It therefore fails. Amendment 23, 87.76% voted in favour of that amendment. It therefore carries. We're now going to move on to Amendment 25. And let me explain why we are skipping Amendment 24. Amendment 24 was a consequential amendment that was necessary if Amendment 20 was passed. Because Amendment 20 was not passed, we are not going to consider the consequential amendment. So now on to Amendment 25. This amendment was proposed by Thomas Walters and seconded by Natasha Mazzoni. It amends Clause 6.2.4.1, and it proposes that we increase the number of deputy chairpersons of Federal Council from 2 to 3. I'm now going to cross to Thomas Walters, who is joining us from Gauteng, where he is online. Thomas, are you there?
Thank you, Kevin. There's really three main reasons why we are proposing this resolution or this constitution amendment. First, it was a subject of the review process that we had last year. So I think there's a consequential reason why it's here. And then also over the years, the deputy chairs of Federal Council and also the office of the Federal Council chair has expanded tremendously. I think there's a exponentially bigger role with ancillaries. There's a role with coalition management, also to provide support with FLC processes, mediation, government interactions, governance, selection panels, also with the organizational review processes of the party. There's also an expanded role in terms of election management, so that it's frankly the work size has exponentially increased. And the third reason is one of the problems that we picked up in the review process is the lack of comprehensive political oversight in the relationship between operational staff and the political structures of the party. I think we all recall the field organization and how it became two parallel parties, in a sense, causing major problems in the last election. This is part of extending political oversight over the operational side of the party and making sure there's alignment. And with that, I will hand over to the next speaker.
Thank you, Thomas. The seconder of this amendment is Natasha Mazzoni, and she's joining us online. Natasha, over to you.
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Congress delegates. It's a pleasure for me to second this motion. I think this motion is a clear indication of the growth and the way the party is trying to make the circle bigger. We are certainly wanting a more inclusive approach to our leadership. And I think that as we grow, we need to make sure that our organizational structures are perfectly in line. And having been a deputy chair of the Federal Council, the workload is at times extreme. And there is quite simply a need for a third chairperson of this particular area, and I'm therefore in full support of this particular motion going forward, as it is in line with the review from our party's review policy. Thank you, Kevin.
Thanks, Natasha. We only have one contributing speaker on this amendment, and that is Daly Mpapu from Limpopo. Daly is joining us online. Over to you, Daly.
Good day, guys, again. I think on this one, I am 100% behind it, because often we see that the tasks that are moved from the chairperson of the Federal Council are often taken to the deputies, and as it stands, 2 is not enough. So over and above this, we also need to look at the fact of when do we start this so that we actually make it to be effective as the effective date to avoid the debacle that has happened in the previous years, Congress in 2018, when there was a challenge of passing it now and whether it becomes active now or later. So all in all, 100%, it will actually do as good as a party because we have grown so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daly. So you will have noticed that the Constitutional Review Committee recommends supporting that amendment. We're now going to move to Amendment 26. This has been proposed by Ashel Sarapin and seconded by Matt Cuthbert. Sorry, am I wrong? No, I'm right. Okay. Proposed by Ashel Sarapin and seconded by Matt Cuthbert. And it talks to clause 6.3.1.10 of the Constitution. And basically what it does is it takes the whole of 6.3.1.10 through to 14, deletes them and replaces them with a single sentence, which is that sentence you see there on the screen. The leader or their nominee of each ancillary body approved by the Federal Council in terms of Chapter 11 of the Federal Constitution. So I'm now going to ask Ashel Sarapin, who's joining us online, to give us his inputs.
Thank you, Kevin. So basically, we amended the Federal Constitution a few Congresses back to, instead of making reference to specific ancillaries like the DA Youth and the DA Women's Network and others, that we would have a chapter just on ancillaries in terms of Chapter 11, and that they would be approved by the Federal Council and regulated accordingly. We haven't actually amended our representation in FedEx to represent that. And so we still make reference to the DA Youth and DA Women's Network and treat all ancillaries differently, whereas they should not be more equal than others. So all ancillaries that are approved by the Federal Council that have valid leadership elections at national level should be represented in FedEx, and no ancillary should be more equal than others. So I urge delegates to support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ashel. The seconder on this amendment is Matt Cuthbert from Gauteng. He's joining us online, and so let's cross to him now.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I think Ashel's largely captured what I wanted to say, but I'd like to urge delegates to vote for this particular amendment, as I think it creates a succinct wording of equality in our constitution for ancillaries, which I think is important considering the role that they play in growing our structures and bringing in votes. So I'd like to urge everybody to please vote in favor of this.
Thank you very much, Matt. We only have one contributing speaker. That's Fred Nell from Gauteng. Fred, let's have your thoughts.
Thank you, Kevin. I support the amendment in the interest of fairness, but I do think we need to watch out that these kind of ancillaries don't proliferate in order to get a seat on FedEx. And we need to make sure that ancillaries really address strategic markets with strategic plans to access those markets and bring in the votes, and that they're not just nice to haves in order to load FedEx with positions. I hope in future we should actually reconsider the role of ancillaries on FedEx. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fred. The Constitutional Review Committee recommends supporting this amendment. As I said earlier, it cleans up 6.3.1.10 through to 6.3.1.14 into a single clause, which acknowledges that any properly constituted and approved ancillary body would be represented on FedEx. And with that, let's go to the polls. Colleagues, you've been amazing today. We are getting through these votes very, very quickly, and we really appreciate it. I have the results of Amendment 25 and 26. So Amendment 25, 72.27% voted in favor of amending Amendment 25. So that is passed. Amendment 26, 85.26% voted in favor of Amendment 26. So that is also passed. Thank you very much. We're now going to move on to Amendment 27. This has been proposed by Mbali and Thuli and seconded by Hlanganani Gumbi. It addresses Clause 6.4 of the Constitution, which talks to the composition of the National Management Committee. And I'd now like to ask Mbali, who is at the Tropicana Hotel, to put forward her motivation. Mbali?
Thank you, Kevin. The National Management Committee is responsible for the day-to-day management of the party. It has the leader, the parliamentary leader, the CEO, the deputy chairpersons, the chairperson of federal executive, and every other elected position, basically, that we do at our congresses. To include the national chief whip doesn't make sense because they aren't elected by anyone. In fact, what it really does is give the parliamentary leader usually their own faction. And if we're so worried about having positions that are created for factions, and this is one that definitely can be used to be factionalized because they haven't been given a mandate by anyone in the party. They are appointed by whoever the parliamentary leader is, and there's no need for them to be there because any issues of parliament will be dealt with by the parliamentary leader or will be reported on by the parliamentary leader. So I think that it is a position that is unfair because it gives people who might be the parliamentary leader an extra person to be able to make decisions that they want. And I think that this one causes factionalism, in fact, not the others that we had. But the reason that the committee didn't support it, I don't think holds any water again, because they're saying that this person is integral to the day-to-day management. They aren't. They really aren't. The CEO does the administration and they're already there. And everybody else that we vote for at Congress is able to play that role on the National Management Committee. It makes it bigger when you actually want it to be smaller. And I think it gives rise to factionalism and an overbearing to one particular individual who's appointed somebody. So I would ask us to support this constitutional amendments to remove the chief whip from being on the NMC and rather only have people that are appointed there and actually have a duty to run the day-to-day organization of our party. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mbali. Up next, we have Hlanganani Gumbi, who is seconding this. He is joining us online from KwaZulu-Natal. Hlanganani, you have 1 minute.
Thanks very much, Kevin. I would like to speak in support of this motion just for two reasons. The first is that it places an unfair expectation on provincial chief whips that they should be on the provincial management committees within their provinces, and sometimes it doesn't always necessarily be the case that that may be necessary, and it will potentially cause conflict. And then the second reason is it places an extraordinary amount of influence in the hands of the party leader, who naturally, of course, would be part of the day-to-day running, I think, of the organization. And so if they, for instance, aren't there, they would be able to appoint their representative, which in many instances, I would assume could also even be the chief whip of the organization. But having them both there obviously creates an extraordinary influence. Thanks.
Thank you, Hlanganani. Our first contributing speaker is Dean McPherson from KZN. He's at the Tropicana Hotel. Let's hear what Dean has to say.
Delegates, I think that the NMC has been effective and well run, having the chief whip there. I think that has been borne out of the remarkable progress that we've made over the last year. And the fact is that the leader represents the party, all of us, and the chief whip represents the National Assembly, which is arguably a very vital point and focus for the party to get a national message out. So we must differentiate between the two. It also assumes that the leader of the party is always going to be in Parliament. Now, if the leader of the party chooses to take up a seat somewhere else, then Parliament
Parliament effectively would not have a voice in NMC, which I think would be detrimental to the operations of the party. I urge you to reject this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dean. Second contributing speaker is Nicole Graham, also at the Tropicana Hotel. Let's have your thoughts, Nicole.
Thanks very much, Kevin. I think since this resolution was first taken to include the Chief Whip on the NMC in 2015, I think we can all agree that the performance of the parliamentary caucus and the parliamentary operation as it syncs with the party has definitely improved. And I think we've especially seen it over the past couple of months when we've had to work together between different levels of government, different caucuses, and that's been very effectively coordinated by the Chief Whip. The last thing is I think the factionalism argument is frankly moot. Whoever is the parliamentary leader or the party leader already has significant power and significant capacity to do what they want to do. I don't think they need a chief whip there to do their bidding for them. So I think that we should reject this. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. Up next, we have Ashul Sarapin from Gauteng joining us online. Let's cross to him now.
Thank you, Kevin. Having been both an MPL, an MP, and a councillor, I can tell you that the job of the Chief Whip in Parliament is quite different to the Chief Whips elsewhere, because the Chief Whip in Parliament deals with a lot of the operational matters of Parliament and the programming, for example, and that affects the party's national program, its media coordination, its alignment of work, and the Chief Whip has to pick certain battles on behalf of the party in parliamentary committees. If the Chief Whip does not have a direct link to the NMC, and is not available to brief the NMC on a regular basis and some of the internal ongoings that are confidential, it would fundamentally damage the party's capacity to do things. Now, this was moved first. We introduced the Chief Whip to the NMC in 2015. And at the time, nobody seemed to have a particular problem with it. And it has not resulted in unnecessary factionalism. It's in fact attributed a high efficiency, a level of efficiency, to the party and the operations of the NMC. So I believe that we should reject this amendment. Thanks.
Thank you, Ashur. Our next speaker is Zwakele Mkwango from KwaZulu-Natal, joining us online. Go ahead, Zwakele.
Yeah, thanks, Kevin. Kevin, I do support the amendment. I think the Congress, as we're sitting today, we are electing leadership of the party. And if we are concerned about factionalism, that's what exactly creates when you have election of leadership, then a leader then decide whom he or she want to co-opt on a management committee. This might also lead to, say, even provinces might be tempted to say provincial chief whips must then be co-opted to provincial management committees. And I really hope that Congress can really support this amendment, because it's very critical. And also to separate the National Caucus from political matters, because we've seen National Assembly caucus sometimes interfering to political matters. So I want to hope that the delegates definitely support this.
Please conclude.
Thank you very much, Swakele. And the last speaker on this item is Matt Cuthbert from Gauteng, joining us online. Go ahead, Matt.
Thank you so much, Kevin. Kevin, I reject this particular amendment. I think, as well as my other colleagues have said, that the Chief Whip plays a crucial role in the operation on a national stage. I think we saw this particularly through the lockdown and the communications that the party issued during the lockdown, and the integral role that the Chief Whip played in communicating between the party and the parliamentary caucus in terms of message discipline, our program of action going forward. And therefore, I think if something's not broken, let's not try and fix it. So in light of that, I then reject this amendment, and I urge delegates to do the same. Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you very much, Matt. So you will see that the Constitutional Review Committee does not support this amendment. I do want to just add one additional issue to that which has already been discussed, and that is this. If provinces want to add their chief whips to their provincial management committees, that is not something that is going to be decided here. That is something that your provincial congresses need to decide when you do your constitutional amendments to your provincial constitutions. Here we are dealing with the federal level and national management committee. Okay, with that, I'm going to move on to Amendment 28. Amendment 28 proposes a new clause 6.5 It is proposed by Baker and Tuli and seconded by Sitembiso Ngema from KZN. And they're proposing the establishment of a governance committee. It is a long clause, and I will now ask Baker, who is joining us online, to motivate that amendment. Baker?
Thanks, Kevin. This is a very important amendment, especially now that we are governing a governing party in many areas of the country. There is a serious need to separate the party and the state. Need I remind you, ladies and gentlemen of the Congress, that at the resignation of Herman Mashaba and Athol, the pair made it very clear that as mayors, they had serious frustrations and no clear support from the party. Separation of party and state demands public representatives to expand their interest and care to all members of the society, simultaneously to ensure that the resources and authority of the state are employed to serve the nation and not the party. At the policy conference, when it came down to this very subject of separation of party and state, a position was adopted. And in short summary, that position says the DA will strive never to let down its political objectives obscure or interfere with its public duty to all South Africans. Therefore, in this form of a constitutional amendment I have proposed, requesting your support, delegates of the Congress, it seeks to ensure that the party governance matters are not left to someone at a certain office. Politicians should work hand in hand with each other and account to each other as peers, not find themselves reporting and taking instructions from an administrator from some office, from somewhere at the office. Allow me to employ an example of the FLC, which is a constitutionally recognized body of the party, made of party members in good standing, working independently, but very productively for the party. Ngiyabonga, Kevin. That's my submission, and I wish the Congress can support this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Baker. Seconding this motion is Sitembiso Ngema from KZN. Sitembiso is joining us online, so let's cross there now.
Good afternoon, Kevin and colleagues and all protocol observed. Let me start by saying political parties by nature represent a section of population and are voted in government by proportion of voters. As a result, political parties are primarily accountable to the members and supporters. In contrast, the state and its representatives are accountable to all and must operate in the interest of all in society. Therefore, it is only correct to keep the work of the politicians with the politicians, not with someone employed to work in the office. And this should be constitutionally enacted and to ensure legality of the separation. Therefore, I submit and I urge members to support this motion. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Sitembiso. Our first contributing speaker is Dean McPherson from KZN at the Tropicana Hotel. Dean, go ahead.
Thanks, Kevin. I think that this is a mix between a central command committee and a deployment committee, which is the very antithesis of what the DA believes in. It is not up to the DA to instruct mayors and premiers about what court action they may or may not take. That is a complete violation of the separation of powers. And we are not a deployment committee where that mayors and premiers must first get the advice of the federal executive on who they may or may not appoint. That is a deployment committee. It is what has caused the very ills of the ANC. It is factional in its very nature, and it is completely anti-DA, and I ask that you reject this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dean. Our second speaker is Nicole Graham, also from the Tropicana Hotel in KwaZulu-Natal. Over to you, Nicole.
Thanks, Kevin. I think it's very important that we, whilst supporting our governments and providing our governments with the tools they need to function effectively, that we also ensure that our governments aren't given instructions by the party at all times, that they have a degree of autonomy, and that there is a reasonable distinction between party and state. And I think that if we create some kind of committee that is able to take decisions as some kind of command council, as Dean said, we're putting ourselves in a very precarious position. So I think that the idea is to support and create capacity where we govern, but not to give our governments instructions or to make deployments as some kind of central command. That's very dangerous territory.
Thank you, Nicole. The last speaker on this item is Ashur Sarapin from Gauteng, joining us online. Go ahead, Ashur.
Thanks, Kevin. Kevin, separation of party and state is a fundamental principle of the party. And as Dean said, this creates a central deployment committee, which is against our values. But Mr. Mashaba claiming that he had no support from the party when he was mayor was actual political spin. We have a whole governance unit that offers support insight into legislation and provides administrative reports from the party and its governments. But the day-to-day running of government must be and should be left to elected premiers and mayors who have a constitutional mandate. This is why we elect them. They're elected in the manifesto, must implement the DA manifesto, and our job should be to be holding them to the DA manifesto. We should hold our governments to account, but not have a Latuli house set up that interferes in our governments like this. I urge delegates to reject it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashur. The Constitutional Review Committee recommends supporting this. Not supporting this. I apologize, mixing up my papers here. Recommends not supporting this amendment because while it purports to promote the separation of party and state, it actually does the exact opposite. Monitoring and support of DA governments is done through the governance unit at FHO, and the federal executive, after consultation with the relevant provincial structures, already decides on the composition of mayoral committees and executive councils and the formation of coalition governments. So we do not support the as proposed. Next up, we have Amendment 29. This has been proposed by Jordan Hill-Lewis and Leon Schreiber, and it proposes excluding provincial leaders from selection panels. I'm going to ask Jordan Hill-Lewis to motivate his amendment, please.
Thank you very much, Kevin, and good afternoon, colleagues around South Africa. The DA prides itself on having a candidate selection process and system which delivers the outcomes of the open opportunity society for all, and which delivers candidates of merit, and importantly, which is not susceptible to control by whomever happens to be in charge or in leadership at any one time. We should aim to protect that selection process because it is fundamental to what makes us different from our competitors, as we've just discussed in the previous amendment. We should protect the sanctity of the selection panel process from even the potential of the invasion of patronage politics into that process. Provincial leaders already have very significant influence on the candidate selection process through the selection of selection panel members and as being part of the relevant executive after the list has been determined. Lastly, this amendment confirms a decision that has already been made by our Federal Council last year in 2018, in fact, before the previous election, and puts it into our Constitution. Therefore, I would ask for your support, your kind support for this amendment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jordan. Seconding this amendment is Leon Schreiber from the Western Cape. He's joining us online, so let's go over there now.
Hi, Kevin, and good afternoon to all the colleagues. I'd just like to second this proposal on the basis that really the secret to the DA difference that we observe in all the places we govern, and as we move forward, hopefully obtaining power in more places around the country, is the fact that we are able to select our representatives on the basis of their skill and competence rather than on the kind of cadre deployment and political loyalty that we see that has really damaged the fiber of the state in South Africa. So as Jordan mentions, this is a resolution that is in keeping with some of the earlier decisions the party has pronounced on. I think it's also in keeping with the spirit of a lot of amendments we've seen today in order to build that firewall between any potential for political patronage and ensuring that we're able to select the best people, but still having the appropriate role for provincial leaders at the beginning and during the later steps of the process. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leon. We have 4 contributing speakers. The first is Jeffrey Chibumo from Limpopo. He's joining us online. Jeffrey, you have 45 seconds.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to all the delegates. Provincial leaders have got a role to provide leadership within the province. They do not have to be found or to be seen with elections. And it is also important that as delegates, we support this amendment to ensure there is no contamination or no forced wish list of any provincial leader in selections. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jeffrey. Up next, we have Ashel Sarapin from Gauteng joining us online. Your comments, Ashel?
Yes, thanks, Kevin. With regards to this, we need to remember that provincial leaders sit on the relevant executive that are allowed to adjust 10% of the lists. And so it does create a conflict of interest when you get to sit in the panel to intimate who gets to be on a list and then get to adjust the list again. So I do think this amendment is worthwhile, and I do support it 100%. Thank you.
Thanks, Ashel. The third speaker is Zwakele Mkwango from KwaZulu-Natal. He's joining us online. Your comments, Wax?
Yeah, thanks, Kevin. Kevin, I do support the amendment, but I would have loved if the party or the Congress have allowed provinces to decide on the issue whether they believe provincial leaders in their respective provinces should be part of these panels or not, and also have an option of not being an electoral college. But I do support the amendment as is, because I do believe that sometimes you can't play a role in all processes. Somewhere you need to allow the process to take its place without any interference politically. Thanks.
Thank you, Zwakele. The last speaker is Pogiso Mtemunye from Gauteng. Let's have it, Pogiso.
Thanks again, Kevin. I think a large part of the DA difference that we speak about with so much pride is the impartiality and openness of our processes. And we counterpose that against most of our rivals who are known for reward and patronage politics. And I think this amendment is a step forward in moving towards removing tendency to have an outsized influence on things like selection panels and those types of progression. In these things, we're also reducing the scope for a situation where people are rewarded for certain support or certain other activities. Not saying that these things happen, but it's key for the organizational process to reduce the scope and the opportunity for such type of reward and nepotism and on those type of activities. So this is a good step forward, and I think eventually we'll get to the ideal path we want that's impartial and open.
Thank you. Your time is up. Please conclude.
Thanks, Kevin. Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you, Pogiso. As indicated, the Constitutional Review Committee recommends supporting that amendment. And with that, we're now going to open the polls on amendments 27, 28, and 29. Welcome back, delegates. I have been told that I need to look at the camera a little bit more, so I'm going to try and do that. Bit difficult when you're shuffling all the papers that are on this desk, but anyway. Okay, so I have the results of Amendment 27, 28, and 29. Amendment 27, 74.45% of you voted against this amendment, and it therefore falls away. On Amendment 28, 77.46% of you voted against this amendment, and it therefore falls away. And then on Amendment 29, 81.38% of you voted in favor of this amendment, and it is therefore carried. We are now going to consider Amendment 30. This has been proposed by Thomas Walters and Natasha Mazzoni, and it talks to Clause 7.8. It's a new Clause 7.8, and it introduces term limits for senior office bearers. So with that, I'm going to ask Thomas Walters to introduce the amendment. Thomas? Thomas?
Right. Colleagues, this is also one of the recommendations from the review panel last year. The idea behind this particular resolution is that we're not a party of people and personal networks. We're not a party owned by people at the top. We are a party of institutions. We are a party of due process. We are bigger than any single individual. And the idea behind this is certainly for senior office bearers in the party, that there's after every 2 terms, similar to the principle in the American presidential elections, that you constantly have new ideas and new people coming to the fore to refresh our institutions and what they are doing. I also want to point out that there are 2 further amendments later on that gives clarity to what exactly senior office bearers mean and exactly what term limits mean. What this proposal or this constitutional amendment being proposed is at this stage the principle that is at stake, whether we want to have term limits and whether we want renewal in that manner. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Thomas. I now have an important announcement from the presiding officer of Congress, Gregory Crumbach. Greg?
Thank you very much, Kevin. Good afternoon again, delegates. You'll be, and I'd like to draw to your attention that we have a very small number, 17 delegates, who, through no fault of their own, have experienced a few difficulties today. These include delegates who were exhibiting COVID-like symptoms and have been asked to go home in terms of our rules, that we are assisting to vote so they don't get prejudiced because of that precaution. It includes delegates who very sadly have been mugged and their cell phones stolen over the last 24 hours, and a number of other delegates who have had a few challenges trying to navigate OpenVote. So we are assisting every one of those delegates because, as we've said all along, right from the beginning, this Congress is going to be the most inclusive Congress we've ever had. And so we do not want a delegate, through no fault of their own, to lose their democratic right to vote. And so therefore, I'd like to announce that we're extending the voting period to 6 o'clock, just so that we can make contact and assist those remaining 17 delegates who have indicated they have a problem, and which we are working with a big team of people to assist. So please remember, you have 1 more hour to vote, and by 6 o'clock, I will be able to say to you, along with Desiree, that no delegate who drew our attention to the issues and challenges they might have had today has lost their vote. Every single delegate will have successfully voted who wished to do so and who contacted us. So thank you for your forbearance. 1 more hour of voting, please. If you haven't voted yourself, please don't forget. And with that, I hand you back to Kevin. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Greg. We're now going to continue with amendment number 30. And I'm going to ask Natasha Mazzoni, the seconder of this amendment, to please come in from the online platform. Natasha?
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, delegates. Delegates, I speak in support of this because what we find is we want to have new blood. We want fresh ideas. We want people to feel that they are inclusive. We want people to be able to run for offices. And certainly we don't want entrenched leadership in our party. So, it's one of those things where it's a bit of a toss up between how long is too long, how long is too little, when is it time to go, when is it time to come. But what we do want to see and what we definitely want to encourage is for people to stand for office, to feel free to stand for office. And we certainly never want to be the party that continuously has the same leaders that lead us all the time. We want to see the circle continuously getting bigger, and we want to see fresh and new ideas all the time.
Thank you, Natasha. Our first contributing speaker is Jeffrey Chivumo from Limpopo. He's joining us online. Jeffrey, go ahead.
Thank you very much. And once more, good afternoon to all the delegates. Entrenched leadership brings about possible corruption, possible nepotism, possible gatekeeping. We do not have to have leadership that will look like a life presidency where it's a president for life. The organization must bring about situations where we have those terms that are limited to avoid a situation of becoming complacent and also to avoid a situation where people will not be able to have an organization that grows. An organization becomes stagnant because of one style of leadership forever. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jeffrey. We now have our first contributing speakers from the Northern Cape. And first up is Harold McGlure. Harold, you have 45 seconds.
Thank you very much, Chair. Delegates, this proposed amendment does not prohibit any former elective office bearer to stand for office again and will not ensure regular organizational renewal or development of upcoming leaders as per the committee's recommendation. My concern is, why do party members want to be re-elected after serving 2 terms previously in the respective positions? It will only be fair that this proposed amendment be effective respectively for members who already serve 2 terms as an office bearer. The limitation of 2 terms must be aligned as such, and Federal Council must also consider the amendment accordingly. However, I support this.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Please conclude.
The Northern Cape are coming through thick and fast today. And up next, we have Andrew Lowe. He's joining us from the Kalahari Lodge in Kimberley. Andrew, your thoughts, please.
Good afternoon, Kevin and all delegates. Kevin, I am in complete support of the amendment. However, I think what is important for us also to consider as a party, that it must be a cross-cutting across all senior positions within the party. Because as was alluded by the previous speakers, it is important that we also need to allow other people to give some fresh blood, come up with new ideas, and obviously to lead the party into a particular direction. Therefore, I am in complete support with this. And without laboring the point, I would also put my muscle behind it and say that we're on the right track, and I am in full support with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Our next speaker is Bosman Grobler from Mpumalanga. He's at Event City in Middelburg. Bosman, let's hear what you have to say.
Thank you very much, Kevin, and good afternoon, Congress. Chairperson, although this amendment sounds very noble, it poses a very huge risk for the long-term sustainability of the party. There are many reasons not to support this amendment, and only 1 or 2 reasons to support it. I would urge Congress not to support this amendment, as it's too prescriptive to be in the holy grail of this party. It's too binding for us to have it in the Constitution. I would like to request that we refer or defer this to the Federal Council to deliberate on this. In principle, it's not bad, but we can't write this in our constitution, it might give us long-term problems. So please do not support this amendment. Thank you.
Thanks, Bosman. Our next speaker is Dean McPherson from KZN at the Tropicana Hotel. Dean, go ahead. You have the floor.
Thanks, Kevin. So the idea behind it is noble, but as Thomas Walter said, that it is similar to American term limits. The difference is in American term limits, you have 2 terms of 4 years. We are going to effectively be binding leaders to 6 years in total, which would pose a huge problem for the party if the leader was, say, a premier or a mayor or even a president or deputy president. They would effectively have to be recalled within even their first term or maybe within the first year of their second term, which would create huge instability in that sphere of government and with the party. So I think it's a noble idea, but I think that it's badly executed in this, and I would reject it and ask you to reject it. Thank you.
Staying in KZN, up next we have Zwakele Mkwango from the online platform. Zwakele, let's have your thoughts.
Yeah, thank you, Kevin. Kevin, I do believe that 2 terms are enough for a leader, but that is my personal choice. I don't believe a party should make a decision or prescription that you can't serve more than 2 terms. I think it's a choice of individuals. Hence, I can't support the amendment as it stands. I do believe that leaders are elected by delegates, and delegates have a right and a way of assessing leaders where they believe a leader should continue leading or not. And a leader must make a choice as an individual. So with that, Kevin, I can't really support this amendment. I do believe it. Let's allow delegates to decide if they want leaders to continue or not. And I do agree with sentiments that have been uttered by Dean McPherson. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Zwakele. Our next speaker is Pogiso Mtemunye from Gauteng, joining us on the Zoom platform. Pogiso, go ahead.
Yes, Kevin, I think this is one of the most important amendments we can make today. I wholeheartedly support this, and I think term limits are a standard of every vibrant democracy that we can mention in the world. We must never underestimate the difficulty of contesting a current incumbent and how difficult it is to remove a person who is in leadership for many years because of the entrenched power they have in that position. It is therefore important that we have the governance to be able to arrange that we can sort of renew mandates and get fresh energy into a position. We will not be able to do this just to say someone's goodwill they can leave when they are ready. It is required that we write this in so that we show we can refresh this party and have new energy, new ideas, and new generations coming through to take us forward.
Your time is up. Please conclude.
Thanks, Sir.
Thank you very much, Pogiso. Our next speaker is from Limpopo. That is Lindy Wilson. She's joining us online. Go ahead, Lindy.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Across the country, we have outstanding leaders who have produced outstanding results, have a great track record, but they also have the support of both members and voters. And the DA's growth is about continuity and trust by both members of the public as well as members of the party. To put a prescript on this and limit this to 2 terms, particularly where a term is going to end just before a vital election, a national election or a local election, is going to have hazardous results. And I think while I support the time, the restriction, I think 6 years is too short.
Thanks very much, Lindy. Our last speaker on this amendment is Jordan Hill-Lewis. He's joining us now from Cape Town. Let's cross to Jordan.
Kevin, great to join you from George, not Cape Town. I've set out my concerns in more detail in the Congress booklets, but I would ask delegates not to support this amendment because a 6-year term limit would leave leaders with 4 years still left in executive office, either as mayor, premier, or president after they have to vacate office in leadership in the party. 2 terms, as defined in the party, 6 years, would also be among the shortest term limits around the world. If one just looks at term limits in democracies globally, and is far too short to embed a proper political strategy and tactics as a new leader. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jordan. The Constitutional Review Committee recommends supporting this amendment, and we will now move on to Amendment 31. This has been proposed by Stuart Pringle from the Western Cape and supported by Nico Buckle. It amends Clause 10.1.2, and it proposes that a member of the FLC shall not be a member of any other political party and shall be a member of the party except if they are required by virtue of their profession to remain independent and their expertise is needed. So with that, I'm going to ask Stuart Pringle to give us his motivation.
Kevin, thank you very much, and a good afternoon to everybody. This really is just about tightening up the language, and it has the support, and I'm very grateful for the support from the review committee, and I would request that the Congress support this motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stuart. We're now going to cross to Nico Buckle, who's joining us from the online platform Zoom, who is seconding this motion. Nico, over to you.
Thank you, Kevin. Basically, the recommendations of the Constitutional Review Committee says it all. So I would just like to ask for the support of the delegates today of it. It's quite self-explanatory, as they say. Thank you.
And sweet. That's the way we like it. Amendment 32 has been proposed by Benedicta van Minnen and seconded by Gregory Peck. This amends Clause 10.1.3 of the Constitution, and it requires that the chairperson of the panel must have a qualification in law. So it's amendment of the wording there. I'm going to ask Benedicta to come in from Cape Town Civic Centre, please.
Thanks very much, Kevin. So currently, what the Constitution does is it requires the chair of an FLC panel to be a legally qualified person. So this sounds like it's semantics, but changing it to having a qualification in law, essentially, it just opens it up, and it means that they need to have the specific knowledge that would come with having a qualification in law, but is not necessarily limited to somebody who is only a legal practitioner. So it essentially just, puts space in there for some diversity. Thanks.
Thank you, Benedicta. This amendment is seconded by Gregory Peck from the Western Cape. He's joining us online. So, Gregory, give us your motivation, please.
Kevin, good afternoon. Good afternoon, all delegates. As per our DA principles, it is fitting that we ensure that our positions of leaders and of chairpersons are fit for purpose. We've discussed this before this afternoon, and it's been mentioned a couple of times. I second this amendment.
Thank you, Gregory. There are no contributing speakers on that amendment. And we're now going to move to the poll for amendments 30, 31, and 32. Please bring up the poll. Colleagues, it has been brought to my attention that the wording on the slide and on the poll for Amendment 30 was incorrect. So what we are doing is we are busy correcting the wording on the slide and on the poll, and we will relaunch that vote for the full 3 minutes in a moment. As soon as we are ready, we will relaunch the poll, please. Colleagues, we apologize for the delay. It takes a moment to rework the poll, so we will be relaunching it shortly. Even if you voted initially, please re-vote when the poll appears in front of you. Thank you very much, and please be patient with us. Thank you for your patience, colleagues. We have sorted out our technical glitch there, and I have the results of amendments 30, 31, and 32. Amendment 30. 51.54% of you voted against that amendment, and it therefore falls away. Amendment 31. 85.84% of you voted in favor of that amendment, and it is therefore carried. Amendment 32, 83.97% of you voted in favor of that amendment, and it therefore is carried. We are now going to move on to Amendment 33. This has been proposed by Jared Nair and seconded by Tim Broughtaseth, and relates to the filling of vacancies on the FLC. It addresses clause 10.1.6. And Jared is not speaking to this, so the only speaker on this amendment is Tim Broughtaseth from KZN. He's joining us online now. Tim?
Thank you, Chair. Sorry. My apologies, Kevin. Yeah, Kevin, this is once again just a common sense amendment to assist the FLC in its work, and I thank the committee for support. It happens from time to time, colleagues, that the FLC has vacancies. The FLC, although being a fairly large body, has a massive amount of work to deal with. And so literally we need all hands on deck. And so this just creates a path whereby the FLC can make application to the Federal Council to fill vacancies on the FLC. So we have a full complement of people to assist and work in the FLC to get all work done. Thank you very much, Kevin.
Thank you, Tim. There are no contributing speakers on that amendment. We are now going to move to Amendment 34, which has been proposed by Benedicta van Minnen and seconded by Gregory Peck. And this talks to FLC processes, in particular clause 10.2.2. Benedicta is at the Cape Town Civic Centre, so let's cross there now for her input.
Thank you very much. So the current clause is essentially one of those one-size-fits-all clauses, which actually generally doesn't fit anyone. And it pertains mainly to hearings, well, in fact, only to hearings. It doesn't make very good provision for how one should deal with issues like findings or constitutional amendments or anything in those directions. So essentially, again, it's to open up the space for the FLC to be able to determine procedures that are suitable to the kind of matter that are being heard at that time. Thank you.
Thank you, Benedicta. The second of this amendment is Gregory Peck. He's joining us online, so let's hear what Gregory has to say.
Thank you, Kevin. As the committee recommends, this amendment clarifies the process to be followed by the FLC. I second this amendment.
Thank you very much, Gregory. There are no further speakers on this amendment, and as you will note, the Constitutional Review Committee recommends supporting this amendment. The last amendment in this batch is Amendment 35. This has been proposed by Benedicta and Gregory again, and this talks to the establishment of provincial disciplinary committees, in particular clause 10.3.2. So with that, back to Benedicta.
Thank you, Kevin. This is essentially consequential on Amendment 32, which we did earlier at 10.1.3, and it just brings provinces in line with what's been decided on the national requirement regarding people having qualifications in law, which opens up the space. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Benedicta. Our next speaker is Gregory Peck. Gregory?
Thank you, Kevin. I second this motion.
We're now going to cross to the only contributing speaker on this amendment, and that's Sheila Camera from the Cape Town Civic Centre. Sheila, are you ready to input?
Yes, hello again. Although this is a consequential and even slightly marginal amendment, I'd just like to sound a note of caution. As a member of the FLC's review committee, which is being chaired by retired Judge Traverso, I believe to an extent it preempts any amendments that we may recommend in this regard. Our particular focus has in fact been on the functioning of provincial disciplinary committees, and insistence that over half of the members have qualifications in law may make it difficult for the PDCs in the smaller provinces to operate on their own. I mean, what if they can only find 2 lawyers? That means the PDC would only be able to consist of 3 members.
Your time is up.
Strictly
Please
applied
conclude.
here. And there may be others willing to serve. And as we've just
Your time is now
seen,
over. Please
our
conclude.
amendment.
I'm sorry, Sheila. Sheila. Apologies. Your time has run out. We are now going to move to the poll on Amendment 33, 34, and 35. Can we bring up the polls, please? it's getting late in the evening, colleagues, and I can now report on the results of Amendment 33, 34, and 35. Amendment 33, 88.24% of you voted yes, so that amendment is carried. Amendment 34, 87.61% of you voted yes, so that amendment is carried. And Amendment 35, 78.17% of you voted in favour of that amendment, so that amendment is carried. We're now going to move on to Amendment 36. That has been proposed by Benedicta van Minnen and seconded by Gregory Peck. It talks to clause 10.3.3, and this also deals with the composition of provincial disciplinary committee panels. So Benedicta is at the Cape Town Civic Centre. Benedicta, are you ready? And can you go ahead, please?
Thank you very much. This does in part also speak to the concerns that Sheila raised. And essentially what this does is it moves the composition out of the Constitution into the rules of the FLC, which gives more flexibility with regards to the size of the panels for provincial panels, which means that if they do need to change it, we don't have to go and amend the Constitution every time. Thanks.
Thank you, Benedicta. The seconder is Gregory Peck, and we're now going to cross to him. Gregory, you have 1 minute.
Thank you, Kevin. Kevin, this is one of a technical nature, and I second this amendment.
Thank you very much, Gregory. The Constitutional Review Committee also recommends supporting this amendment. We're now going to look at Amendment 37. This has been also proposed by Benedicta van Minnen and seconded by Gregory Peck, and it talks to the training of mediators, clause 10.6.3. Benedicta, please bring us your input.
Thank you very much. This is a good example of learning from experience. So we have a mediation panel with the FLC, and originally it said accredited mediators. We have in fact found that accredited mediator is a very specific qualification. It can be very, very expensive to implement as well, particularly in terms of training. So the proposal is to instead talk about people who have undergone suitable training, which then again allows us to have some flexibility in terms of who can comprise the mediation panel, which allows again for more diversity and for more inclusiveness. Thanks.
Thank you, Benedicta. Gregory, your motivation for seconding this motion, please.
Thank you, Kevin. Kevin, where we can save money that we could actually use for political activities rather than spend it on undergoing training and have internal training and in-house training I think is a great idea. And I second this amendment.
Thank you very much, Gregory. There are no contributing speakers on Amendment 37, so I will now move to Amendment 38. And our legal eagles of Benedicta and Gregory are proposing this amendment too. So this amendment speaks to appeals to the FLC. I've been asked to put this on pause for a moment and that we vote on Amendments 36 and 37 first. So we are going to vote on Amendments 36 and 37. Welcome back, colleagues. So I have the results of Amendment 36 and 37. Amendment 36, 88.17% of you voted in favor of that amendment. That amendment therefore passes. Amendment 37, 90.54% of you voted in favor of that amendment, and that amendment therefore passes. We are now going to consider Amendment 38, which has been proposed by Benedicta van Minnen and Gregory Peck. This amendment talks to clause 10.10.7, which is about appeals to the FLC. So I'm now going to ask Benedicta to join us from the Cape Town Civic Centre. Benedicta.
Thank you. This is the last time you'll hear from me. So after this, I promise to go away. This talks to the appeal when it comes to selections, and it is there to deal with the IEC issues, because sometimes we have quite short turnaround periods, and it's just to ensure that whatever happens, it also complies with whatever the IEC requires from us. So it's very much a technical legal issue and is specifically revolving around those procedures. Thanks.
Thank you, Benedicta. Gregory, any comments from your side?
Kevin, I second this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Benedicta and Gregory. There are no contributing speakers on that amendment. We're now going to go to Amendment 39. This was proposed by Greg Crumbach and, proposed by Tim Broughtaseth and seconded by Greg Crumbach. It talks to clause 10.11.1.2 and deals with the changing of a penalty by the executive. I'm now going to ask Tim Broughtaseth, who is online, to join us. Tim?
Thank you once again, Kevin. And as like Benedicta said, this is the last time I'll bother you today. First of all, I'd like to thank the committee for their support on this amendment, and also to the presiding officer, Greg, for his support on this amendment. Colleagues, I'm sure that we're all aware that it is important to isolate our disciplinary processes and our legal processes, internal legal processes, as much as possible from political influence. And however, we also understand that we are a political party and that there is a need to, at times, moderate sanctions. So therefore, this amendment seeks to still allow the moderation of sanctions, but to raise the bar and make it that an executive, whether the federal executive or a provincial executive, has to pass the bar of 2/3 of the relevant executive in order to change the recommended sanction supplied to it by a panel. I certainly hope that all Democrats will see the value in this particular amendment and support it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tim. Greg Crumbach, our presiding officer at Congress today, is going to second this amendment. I'm getting a bit tongue-tied here. Second this amendment from the top table. So, Greg?
Yes, thank you very much, Kevin. And this amendment has been sponsored by Tim and I, mainly because of the respect that we have. Disciplinary processes in the party. And often that means that matters will last for a number of months. There will be a lot of witnesses who go through a rigorous process and be cross-examined, and evidence is carefully weighed up with a considered judgment. And because you don't want a long monthly process with a lot of good inputs made to be nullified in a short and hurried and perhaps pressured PEC debate, there ought to be a very high threshold to overturn a carefully considered legal opinion in the heat of a PEC. And hence we think it's appropriate that there should be the majority that Tim and I have specified, just to make sure that our disciplinary processes receive the necessary respect in the first place for the effort and time that goes into it, and that we don't overturn decisions lightly with a simple majority. So it is my pleasure then to support Tim, who's done a lot of work on the KwaZulu-Natal Disciplinary Committee and is part of the reason why we've brought this amendment together, and make sure that we give the due deference to that process that it deserves. Thank you, Kevin.
We have one contributing speaker. That is Hlanganani Gumbi. He's joining us from KZN online. Hlanganani, you're up. Okay, I've been informed that Hlanganani is not available. We are therefore going to move to the polling. I just want to point out that the Constitutional Review Committee supports both Amendment 38 and 39. Can we bring up the polls, please? Okay, we're not going to go to the polls right now. We're just going to hand back to Greg Crumbach as the presiding officer, who will be making an announcement about when the polls will be closing. So Greg, over to you.
Thanks again, Kevin. Once again, thank you, Congress delegates, for indulging us and allowing us to proceed for another hour on the voting. By Kevin's clock here, I see there's 3 minutes left. So this is just a final reminder that the voting on our leadership elections will close in 3 to 4 minutes. But at 6 o'clock, we will be closing down the Open Vote platform. I'm pleased to say that the 46 delegates that had experienced difficulties, as I explained earlier, have all been assisted. And that's a very good moment for us because our systems have been proven to work. And with the support of the deputy presiding officers in the hybrid venues and the few home online voters that needed assistance, we have managed to get to all of those delegates. And the vast majority of them have now cast their vote. But in 3 minutes' time, at 6 o'clock, the voting platform will be closed down and voting will be closed. Thank you very much, Kevin. We will talk again tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Greg. We're now going to launch the Zoom poll on Amendments 38 and 39, please. You can indeed. Welcome back, delegates. I can now give you the results of Amendment 38 and 39. 91.9% of you voted in favour of Amendment 38. That amendment passes. And 89% of you voted in favour of Amendment 39, so that amendment passes. Amendments 40 and 41 dealt with the definitions around the term limits and senior office bearers. Given that Amendment 30, which dealt with the term limits, has fallen away, those consequential amendments, in other words, the definitions for senior office bearers and term limits, will also fall away. Before I continue on to the last two issues we have to deal with, I'd like to report back on one of the questions that has been raised over and over in the chat group, and that is the voting on Amendments 1 to 5. Let me start by saying that there has been a quorum for the entire afternoon, and the voting has taken place, and we can see the exact numbers of voting. Those votes are audited by external auditors, and that audit is continuing until we end tonight, and it will continue tomorrow during the other parts of Congress. At no point during Amendment 1 to 5 did we reach the required 80% of registered delegates to pass those amendments. We will not be re-voting on Amendments 1 to 5. Those votes have been taken and concluded. I now move to Amendment 42, which is that Congress agrees that any consequential amendments arising from amendments made during Congress may be affected by the Constitutional Review Committee, including the correction of cross-references and numbering as may be necessary. I'm now going to ask that the poll be launched so that we can vote on this decision. Thank you very much, Democrats. I can now report that the outcome of the last vote, which is the consequential amendment allowing the Constitutional Review Committee to make the necessary numbering, grammar, spelling, and corrections, cross-references, etc., has passed with 87.97%. All that remains, colleagues, is for me to put the Constitution as amended in its entirety for adoption by Congress. In this regard, can we open the polls, please? And with the final result of the day, 93.14% of you voted in favour of adopting the Constitution as amended in its entirety. So thank you very, very much. Ladies and gentlemen, delegates, fellow Democrats, you have been absolutely amazing in the way you have dealt with these amendments today. I'd really like to thank each and every one of you for your patience and your commitment to democracy, and wish you the very best for the remainder of Congress. And with that, we go back to our studio presenters.
And that concludes the business of day one of the Democratic Alliance's Federal Congress 2020, brought to you proudly virtually across South Africa. South Africa, thank you for tuning in. Delegates, thank you for your commitment and thank you for your participation. Finally, thank you to the chairpersons for your stellar officiation.
And we'll be back tomorrow morning for the second and final day of the virtual Federal Congress. We'll start the day with a closed session for delegates and then move on to the all-important results of the voting for the leadership positions.
Super excited. I know you want to know. So let's keep those Instagram, Facebook, Twitter and YouTube streets blue. #DA Congress.
We'll see you tomorrow morning. Don't miss out.
Funaning.